Well, it was Robinson Cano's show last night. The Yankees second baseman was outstanding. Another day, another game. How about that? 3-day games in a row on a Memorial Day weekend. As this afternoon, the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the defending world champion New York Yankees against the Cleveland Indians in the second of 4 from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Paul O'Neill, I'm Michael Kay. Yankees began the homestand yesterday in proper fashion. They won 8-2. Phil Hughes pitched very well, but the Yankee offense was awakened. 2 swings, 6 runs, not bad.
Well, it started in the second inning, and the only question here, boom, Nick Swisher. Is this fair or foul? The 0-0 game off the foul pole, 2-0 Yankees. Nick Swisher's been a big part of the power thing here lately with the New York Yankees. And then, it was a good pitcher's duel, and then all of a sudden in the 7th inning, Robinson Cano, who's been as hot as anybody, bam, grand slam, everybody to their feet. You got to call a grand slam, Mike.
That's right. See you right big time as Cano had 3 hits and had those 4 ribbies with the 1 swing, and obviously got a curtain call of it as well. Let's take a look at today's starting pitching matchup brought to you by the New York Lottery. David Huff is going to go for the Indians, 2-6, 5.25, and CC Sabathia against his former team, 4-3 with a 3.86. CC would like some run support, so a good place to look would be Nick Swisher. May has been his month. Last year, that was not the case. He's been all over it, defensively, offensively. He's been so good that he is featured next in segment 2 on Yes. Welcome back to Yankees baseball, everybody. That's Nick Swisher. Nick, what segment is this?
2.
All right, segment 2. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about in a short period of time before the game begins. Nick, your May has been unbelievable. Is May your favorite month?
No, last year sure was. Right. I know that. I think the biggest thing for myself is Kevin Long has really been helping me out. And, I call him the hitting guru, the genius whatsoever. And the one thing he talks about is just being consistent every day. We always talk about your swing being like a knife. If it's not sharp, it's no good to anybody. So, we're really trying to stay consistent with everything, and so far it's paid off.
Now, Nick, you get here to the ballpark early all the time, and there's this drill you work with. Kevin is close to you, and it looks like you're trying to pull the ball. What are you doing in that drill?
Well, pretty much, me and Robbie Cano, we started doing that drill, last year on the field, and then branched over into spring training. We've been doing it more often, and instead of going and doing our work in the cage here, we do our workout on the field. And pretty much what it is it's just staying inside the baseball. And you may be pulling the baseball, but you're hitting it the correct way. And pretty much the whole goal of the drill is to hit home runs. And when you can hit home runs from a guy just flipping you the baseball from 10 feet away, you feel your confidence level is really high going into the game.
All right, in yesterday's game, you hit that home run high off the foul pole in right field. First of all, how far do you think that would have gone?
Oh, I don't know, man. Off a guy like Carmona, he throws so hard, and his ball is so heavy and it sinks. And I just got lucky and got the barrel on it. So either way, man, I was just so glad it stayed foul because it was hooking there late, and that got us some runs on the board early.
Is anybody going to hit into the upper deck here in right field?
I don't know, man. It's a long, long way. Tex got a chance. Robbie got a chance. Not me, man. I'll dink him over in that first section. I'm cool with that.
All right, Nick, thanks a lot.
All right, Mike, you got it.
That's Nick Swisher on segment 2. When we come back, lineups, first pitch, baseball, right here on Yes. It's brought to you in part by Honda. Look for money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer. By Panasonic Viera. With 3D Disc Lifelike, can we still call it a TV? And by IOTV. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV. Memorial Day weekend here at the stadium. Kind of a hazy, hot, and humid day. Yankees have taken the field. CC Sabathia taking his warm-ups. And it's time for us to take a look at the Indians starting lineup presented by Lexus. Trevor Crowe in center field leads off. Shin-Soo Choo in right field. Austin Kearns in left field will bat third. Cleaning up and playing third base, Johnny Peralta. Shelly Duncan, you remember him, the DH will bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing second base, Mark Rusalonic. Matt Laporta at first base will bat seventh. Lou Marston catches and hits eighth. And the number 9 batter, shortstop, Jason Donald. And the big man, CC Sabathia, is on the mound. He's had an up-and-down season. He told Jack Curry yesterday, so-so for CC. 10 starts, 4-3, 3.86. 58 hits, 65 and a third innings, and a 244 batting average against. And here's the CC Sabathia scouting report.
Snapped the streak. It's talking about the home run ball. And he's given up at least one home run in a career-high 7 consecutive games. Not his usual self. Off track, in his first 6 starts this year, got off to a great start, 4-1. Last 4 starts, he's 0-2 with a 5.96, and sorely missed by the Indians organization. I mean, he was really, they've never been the same since CC Sabathia left, and it was kind of the decline of the organization, really.
First pitch to Crowe is a strike, and we are underway here at the stadium. Crowe made a great play in center field, robbing Juan Miranda of an extra base hit yesterday, but he did not pick up a hit at the plate. There's a strike.
When you become plays of the game for a defensive play, when the guy on the Yankees hits a grand slam, that was a pretty good play last night.
That's a pretty good play. Also a gutless move by our producer, which couldn't choose one of the two. He chose both of them, but
it didn't take you long to jab somebody. We're in the first inning. Right?
The 0-2. That one's popped up. Right field. Nick Swisher is there. And Nick Swisher with the catch and the salute. And this was the #1 play yesterday on SportsCenter and ESPN, Paul.
The only one who wasn't happy was Miranda, who hit the ball. Great play. I mean, again, in slow motion it looks easy, but that ball was on a line. It wasn't a high fly ball. Didn't help him. The thing about baseball is funny is you do something great the night before, and you still got to come back the next day and try to do something great again. And you lead off the game. Now you're 0 for 1.
Here's Shin Soo Choo. I was talking to a couple of Indian people, Paul, and they said Indian fans right now are so disconnected from the team because of everybody that they had to get rid of. And the thing that really put Indian fans over the top, really disgusted them, the first game of the World Series last year was CC Sabathia against Cliff Lee.
Exactly.
Both former Indian pitchers. There's a ground ball to first. Teixeira touches first, 2 away. Why don't we take a look at the Indians defense, which is brought to you, or the Yankees defense, brought to you by Mercedes. In the outfield, Russo, Gardner, and Swisher. They give Granderson a day off. Rodriguez, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira third to first. In the infield, Cervelli after a day off back behind the plate. And Karsten Charles Sabathia is on the mound.
It wasn't far back that when the Montreal Expos were in baseball, that they had great players and they kind of filed them off to other organizations. And if you look back, I mean, the Cleveland Indians, the guys that are in the major leagues now, you talk Cliff Lee, Sabathia, Victor Martinez, Manny Ramirez. I mean, you're talking about superstars around the league that were all in a small Midwestern city. And, as an Indians fan, sure, you've got to be frustrated.
And that one is fouled off the shoulder of Francisco Cervelli. And that can't feel too good. Even with the chest protector there, it hurts. I mean, if you look at the people that came up through the Indian system that they developed, Albert Bell, you said Manny Ramirez, Carlos Baerga, Roberto Alomar was there. I mean, great. Jim Tomei. Great players.
They hit right at the right time, too, with the opening of Jacobs Field back then. And, hundreds and hundreds of sellouts consecutive, and it's
I think 455.
It is. Yeah, that just comes to the top.
Well,
of your
I remember
mind,
they painted it on the wall. That's what.
You're sharp today. But again, I mean, if you fly over the stadium now during a game, a lot of seats empty, and it's just a complete change on where the Indians were, 7-8 years ago.
17-29, the Indians come into this game, and they're at the bottom of the American League Central. Pitch outside. The 3-1. Do you have any other? I got a question for you, Paul. How many times do you fly over Jacobs Field or Progressive Field?
Well, I was just giving you the perspective, where you could see the empty seats. Every once in a while, you
just take the plane out for a ride.
Yeah, that's it. Just fly around the stadium just for old time's sake.
The 3-2 is popped up. Cano is right there. It's an 11-pitch inning for CC Sabathia, and a lot of laughs as well. Indians go down 1-2-3. The Yankees coming to bat. And the shortstop, Derek Jeter, leads off. Batting second and playing right field, Nick Swisher. Mark Teixeira at first base will hit third. Cleaning up after a night off, the third baseman, Alex Rodriguez. Robinson Cano batted cleanup yesterday. He's back to the number 5 hole. He'll play second. Marcus Timms, the DH, will bat 6th. Batting 7th and catching, Francisco Cervelli. Kevin Russo in left field will bat 8th and batting 9th. And playing center field is Brett Gardner.
I want you to look at that view, Michael. You see somebody is flying over here, checking out the seats. See how they're full here? Tough way to watch a game, though. I'll tell you that.
Get busy. David Huff, 8 starts, 2 and 6, high ERA, more hits than innings pitched, and opponents hitting .295 against him. Let's look now at the scouting report for David Huff.
Well, a lot of contact. I mean, he only has 20 strikeouts in 48 innings pitched this year. I mean, I guess he throws it and hopes that they'd hit it at somebody. Not familiar. This is pretty obvious. Young kid. First start, first hit given up in Yankee Stadium to Derek Jeter. Road not kind. He's 0-5 on the road with a 6.11 ERA. So, you know, he's got some learning to do. I don't know if he's going to like his first outing here in the new Yankee Stadium.
Derek Jeter today celebrating the 15th anniversary of his debut in the Major Leagues. That was in the Kingdome against the Mariners. He didn't get a hit that day. Paul O'Neill, though, was 2 for 6. And Jeter just picked up hit number 2,808 in his career. He's 11 for his last 23, so starting to heat up. Here's Nick Swisher. And there's a strike. Francisco Cervelli got that foul tip off his right shoulder. He waves in Steve Donahue, one of the Yankee trainers, to take a look, and this is what caused that pain. Ouch.
So Stevie and Gino out on the bench today.
Good to see Gino again. Huh?
Isn't that awesome?
Fouled away. There's Gene Monahan. Long battle with neck cancer. And he's come through it, thank God, okay. And he made his first road trip with the Yankees to Minneapolis. Came through that all right. And he's just a fixture here since 1973. Great guy. Hard worker. The 0-2. Driven down the right field line. And that one slices foul.
You know, when you look back at memories throughout the game and plays and, you know, fun you had in the locker room, and as I look back at a lot of the fun I had in the locker room, a lot of it was with the trainers, with Gene Monahan, Stevie Donahue. So a big part of the organization, big part of being part of this team. Plays drums, too. You see that?
And your locker at the old stadium was right outside their doors. Right. So it was a quick little right-hand turn right in there. Count 1 and 2. It's a beautiful day at the stadium. The game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. 74 degrees. Humidity is 59%, a little high. Winds out of the south-southwest, Paul, at 8 miles per hour. And there's a chance of thunderstorms.
Yeah? How big's the chance?
I'll have to check that out. The 1-2. Grounded sharply through for a base hit. 2 straight singles for the Yankees to open up the first.
Well, you know, Michael, in this in-depth scouting report, we told you a lot of contact, and you just hope that they hit it at people. The first 2 guys have hit it in the hole. You know, as a manager, you hope your pitchers throw strikes, and then you hope that they can keep it on the ground. Well, he's done that so far, but now he's in a jam.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Joe Girardi raving about his defense in yesterday's game. Teixeira had a tour de force game at first base yesterday, making really good plays. And the one that most impressed him, Paul, I think the one that blew us away as well, the one where he's moving toward the line and the ball kicked back. Yeah. And for him to have the athletic ability to still grab that ball and make the play.
We talked about it. It's fundamentals that he does that puts him in position. I mean, if you turn your shoulder towards the line and you can't reach back against your body, you know, he moved his feet laterally. And
this is one of the plays. This is not the one we're talking about. A real nice play at the back end. But the second one is the one we're talking about. This is the one ball. Amazing play.
Again, see, he kept, you know, he was square to the ball so he could, you know, adjust. And if you turn and go down the line, you can't do that. He just does everything fundamentally.
That one is rocketed to center field. Crow is there. He'll make the play. Tagging is Jeter. He'll go to third, and Nick Swisher stays at first. So Teixeira hit the ball well, but to dead center and right at Crow.
You know, that seems like a simple play. Ball's hit hard, but I've talked about it many times on just Derek Jeter's instincts. And that ball was, you get caught on second base maybe halfway or something like that, you don't get to tag up here. Derek got a good read on the ball, figured out he was going to catch it, tags up, and again, in this ballpark, you don't think about it. I'll tell you what, A-Rod will appreciate it because now he gets an easy RBI chance right here.
Alex Rodriguez had the day off yesterday. And now back in the lineup. 2 hits in his last 15 at-bats. And he's had some trouble getting in runners from scoring position, and so has Mark Teixeira. You know, Derek Jeter was on second, so he did not get it done there. Didn't get it done last night. I think Alex is 0 for his last 7 with runners in scoring position. That one's driven to right field. Backing up is Chu. He's on the track. He'll make the play in front of the wall. Tagging is Jeter. He'll score easily. It's a sac fly for A-Rod, and the Yankees have a 1-0 lead.
Well, you see A-Rod, I mean, he's happy he got the run in, but he got a pitch he could hit, a pitch that he can usually hit out of the ballpark, and he got a pitch up and away. You see his front hip's just out a little bit, didn't load enough on the backside because Alex Rodriguez has all the power in the world to drive that ball out. Yeah, that front hip is kind of flying out this way, and that takes a lot of your power away when you're trying to drive the ball the other way.
Well, that snaps a 7-game RBI-less streak for Alex Rodriguez. He picks up his 33rd ribby. And here's Robinson Cano. You know, Cano was so good against left-handers. He hit that grand slam against the lefty yesterday. And Girardi was asked why. He said, because he's never been platooned. He's never been told you can't hit lefties. He said, so it's just as normal to him to hit against lefties as it is to hit against righties. And the lefty deals a strike.
I mean, the key to hitting left-handers is the ability to hit the ball to left center field because you have to stay on him a little bit longer. And that's really Robbie's natural swing. I mean, he's starting to develop a lot of power because he's getting stronger and older. But his natural swing, you know, in a crucial situation, if he wants to do what he can do, is to drive the ball the other way.
That one's a ground ball up the middle. He now has a 12-game hitting streak with that single. Why don't we check out the Indians' defense, which is brought to you by our good friends at Mercedes. In the outfield, Kearns, Crow, and Chu. That's left to right. Infield, third to first, Peralta, Jason Donald, Mark Grutzelanek, the veteran, and Matt Laporta over at first. Lou Morrison behind the plate. David Huff is on the mound. That's going to bring up Marcus Timms. Timms hitting .339. 1-0. The 12-game hitting streak for Cano is a season-high hitting streak for any Yankees so far this year. Great on-base percentage for Timms, .453. Strike from Huff.
Curveball, and we talk about a hitting streak. What that Whittles in college, they have 50-something games.
Oh, yeah, 50 games now.
I don't care what league you're in. You get in the 50s, it's doing something right.
The people remember Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, and it was snapped against the Indians in Cleveland. And then following that, he hit in 16 straight after.
That's amazing.
The 2-1. Good count, 3-1.
Was Pete Rose, was he the closest to come to DiMaggio?
He was 44, right? I think he was longer than Mahler. Yeah. And he had it broken by the Braves' Gene Garber. They got really ticked off that Garber threw a breaking ball. Which I don't know why Rose would say that. I mean, it's all part of the game. Why should Garber groove his fastball for him?
Yeah, I mean, pitchers are out there to get you out. And, you're at the major league level. It's just, you get something like that. That became a national thing, too. I mean, I remember picking up the paper every day when you read the box scores to see if Pete Rose got a hit. I mean, growing up in Ohio, I was a big fan of the Reds.
Swing and a miss, and Timms goes down on strikes. The kid's name is Garrett Littles. It's 52 straight games. Florida International. Yankees here in New York, 1 run, 3 hits, 2 left. 1-0 Bombers after 1. Will LeBron James leave Cleveland? Now, not the city, the Cavaliers. And your choices are 1, yes, 2, no, and you can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. And I think Nick President Donnie Walsh is going to vote yes. Dan Gilbert, the owner of the Cavaliers, is going to vote no.
And we talked about it a little bit last night, Michael. I mean, it's amazing how much that city is sitting on pins and needles, wondering if one of the great players of all time is going to leave that city and probably put the Cavaliers in the same boat that the Indians are in right now. You lose some of your all-stars, and all of a sudden, you start declining.
I was told that every day now in the Cleveland Plain Dealer, there's a huge story. Every day has a new LeBron moment. And the interesting thing is, I don't think he's really told or tipped his hand to anybody. I mean, and his inner circle keeps their mouth shut, and nobody really knows what he's thinking. And a lot of people you talk to don't even know if he knows where he's going to end up. But a city holds its breath. A couple of cities hold their breath. Bounced up there. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. Now, HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Swing and a miss. And the bat goes into the crowd.
When you're fooled as a hitter, sometimes, CC turned that ball over, took a little bit off of the changeup, and all of a sudden, it's out in front, and you absolutely get fooled so much you actually lose the handle on the bat.
Wow, that guy blocked the bat from hitting that young lady's head.
Wow. She got lost her sunglasses, and now, look, give me the bat.
Here's Shelley Duncan. And there's a strike. Shelley obviously had some exploits with the Yankees and hitting .301 in Columbus before being called up. And Shelley always burst upon the scene. 3 for 5 already with 3 RBIs. Popped up. Alex Rodriguez will make the play. for the second out. Derek's always laughing because Alex's least favorite thing, I think, on a baseball field is to catch a fly ball or pop up.
You know, it's funny because I played with Chris Sabo, who's a third baseman, good defensive third baseman. He wants Jeet to come on over there. That's a shortstop's ball, right? And, you know, his least favorite play also, he wore those goggles were little fly balls. You're so used to the ground ball with those little fly balls. Those are the things that every once in a while as a player kind of catch you as fun. Just put somebody on the spot.
Here's Grutzelanic, a veteran, a rare veteran in this Indians youth-laden lineup. One for his last 12. Count 1-1, the check swing. So on the pop-up, you can see A-Rod saying, "I got it," screaming, and nobody's near him. I think that's why Jeter was saying, "What are you yelling for?" He's making fun of him then.
Ouch.
Soft ground ball to second. Cano gets Grutzelanic, and CC is retired 6 in a row, this time on 9 pitches. 20 pitches in 2 innings. 1-0 Yankee lead. Strong. Yankees lead 1-0. And Francisco Cervelli will lead off. Cervelli finally got a rest yesterday. He had played 10 straight games behind the plate. And it was the longest streak of consecutive games started by a Yankee catcher since Posada had 10 in a row back in 2003. That's a lot of games in a row to catch.
You would never guess that. But, you know, that catching position is such a different position than anything else on the field. I tell you, though, when you're hot, as a player, I don't care what position you're in, you want to be in the lineup, especially with men in scoring position. I mean, you look at the numbers that Cervelli has put up. It's been impressive.
Bottom of the order for the Yankees, Cervelli, Russo, and Gardner. The 3-1. Popped up. Chu is there. And there's one out. Hey, look at the American Airlines upcoming schedule. And 2 more games against the Indians, both afternoon games Sunday and Monday. Then the Orioles come to town Tuesday and Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon, and the Yankees hit the road again with 3 against Toronto and then 3 more against the Orioles in Baltimore.
If you look at that schedule, as a player, you're looking at, look at the day game, and then you have a couple night games, day game against, so there are a lot of day games in the next 10 days or so, and it's just, as a player, you get so just accustomed to your schedule, and you're used to playing your 5-day or 5-night games during the week and your day games on the weekend, but you throw a couple extra ones in there, kind of knocks you for a loop.
Is it more tiring because you're waking up early?
I think it's harder on your body because sometimes you play those day games after a night game, and then you don't have that whole day to prepare mentally and get up and get going and get ready for your night game.
Russo hits one sharply to short. Donald to Laporta. 2-away. Now, Paul, you have 3 day games in a row starting today. You all right?
I'm doing good.
You like the day games broadcasting, because then you can go out and get the dinner.
Complete opposite, huh?
And you see the ball just fine here in the day.
That's right.
I know you like the lights. When
right
you
on
play.
my high def TV up here. Look at that little guy.
Shock of red hair. Yep, that's who you're pointing at me. Here's Brett Gardner. And there's a strike.
Yeah.
Well, you know that's his daddy, don't you? Just missed inside.
You know how that conversation was going. The kids, where's the hot dogs? Where's the ice cream? Where's the popcorn? And Dad saying, let's watch an inning in the game or two here, too. So.
Count 2-1.
Kind of see Huff stuff. I mean, not a great breaking ball, but he throws strikes. He makes you swing the bat. Like I said, guys like these are fun to play behind because you're on your toes. You're going to have to make some plays. There's that borderline strike. Yeah, that's even past borderline, I'd say. But Buckner, you're not going to be able to argue with him. And there were some calls last night at first base, so we're probably going to see some calls at home plate today.
You still love ups, don't you, Paul?
Well, some of them. Yeah.
Foul back. C.B. Buckner is behind the plate, as we mentioned. Doug Eddings at first. Dana DeMute is at second. And Kerwin Danley, last game's home plate umpire, he's over third. Three-two. Looped into shallow center field. Coming on is Crow. He slides and makes the play. Nice play by Trevor Crow as the Yankees are retired in order. 1-2-3. We go to the third. Yankees 1-0 over the Indians. A splendid play by Trevor Crow, and Huff likes it. with the Yankees leading 1-0 on a Saturday of Memorial Day weekend in front of a big crowd in the Bronx. Now in the third inning, Jack Curry has made his way down to the camera well on the third base side, right near the Indians' dugout. Jack, how you doing?
Hey, Michael, how are you?
I'm great. Now Matt Laporta is at the plate, and this is a battle right now between two guys that were traded for each other. And Jack, what's the deal with that deal right now? Are they happy with the people they have? Because Laporta is struggling.
Right. When you look at that deal, Michael, he was the centerpiece of it for the Indians, and he really hasn't produced since that July 2008 trade. You look at his numbers this year, barely hitting 200, no power. He's a guy they thought they would give him some power and obviously would give him a better average than he's given them. They also got two pitchers in the deal. Zach Jackson is at AAA. He's a lefty reliever with an earned run average about 4. Rob Bryson is at single A. He's 6-0 with a 3 earned run average. But, Michael, when you lose CC Sabathia, that's not a lot coming back in your direction, what we just described.
Now, the other player they got was Michael Brantley. And from the people that I've spoken to, Jack, they say he's a nice player. He's never going to be a star, but he'll be a contributor in the big leagues.
Right. For all that the Indians gave up, and we know they made an attempt to try and re-sign CC, but
hot shot to Jeter. Nice play. And there's one away.
For all that they gave up, Michael, in CC, as I said, you look at what came back and just not very good. I mean, I talked to Mark Shapiro yesterday, and the Indians tried to sign CC. It was a $72 million offer. CC's a smart man. He knew if he'd go out in the open market, he'd get a lot more than that. And, of course, the Yankees ended up giving him a $161 million contract as a free agent.
Now let's talk about Robinson Cano on the second segment today. We talked to Nick Swisher about the hitting drills that both he and Cano do. Nick Swisher gave us his take. What exactly are they trying to accomplish here? I know you spoke to Cano.
Right. Cano loves these drills, Michael. He credits Kevin Long for having him out there early, bringing those pitches from an underhand motion. And what Cano said he's trying to do is just stay inside the ball and keep his swing short. He said sometimes you have a tendency to get lazy and maybe even get a little greedy, and your swing gets long. He said all that repetition does is remind him to be quick to the ball, keep that swing short.
Now, Paul, I have to bring you in. What does staying inside the ball mean? What does that mean? What are you trying to accomplish there?
Well, a fine example last night. If you stay inside the ball, you get extension. You don't, kind of chicken wing it the other way, but it'll keep the ball fair. And Nick Swisher did that last night by hitting an inside pitch. You're getting extension with your hands and your arms, but on the inside part to the baseball. You don't come out around it and hook everything foul. It becomes a real long swing.
Now let's talk bullpen, Jack. To me, I got a sense yesterday that Joe Girardi's starting to fiddle around with Sergio Mitre, maybe thinking short-term with him, short-term in terms of innings. Is that what you're finding out?
Yeah, I think that's the case, Michael. We've seen Gaudin added on. I think Gaudin might become the long man, and I think they're going to, and maybe we see a strikeout here? Nope. CC would have liked to strike out there, but I think you're right, Michael. I think they're looking at Mitre, a guy they want to give a little more responsibility to, a guy that maybe they'll go back-to-back outings in a short-term situation, 6th, 7th, maybe even 8th inning, depending on the score. They also have to get Chan Ho Park started. Brian Cashman was emphatic about that yesterday, and maybe they started moving in that direction last night. Girardi was really excited that Park hit 95 on the radar gun.
And finally, Jack, any reason to panic that Granderson's not in there? As they hit a fly ball to left center field. It's deep. Giving chase is Gardner. He's not going to get there. And he plays it off the wall. So the first base hit against Sabathia by Lou Morrison, the catcher.
You know what, Michael? Granderson, as much as maybe some Yankee fans who first saw that lineup might have been a little worried, it's totally about just giving the guy a rest after him playing 9 innings for the first time in a long time. His groin felt fine. Granderson has some general body soreness, but what Girardi is going to do is rest him today and probably give him one more day over the weekend in Toronto next week. And he said after that, Curtis Granderson better be ready to go because I'm not sure there are going to be a lot of days off after that.
Jack, we're going to send down a pork chop on a stick. I know Kim Jones is off today. Can you handle that?
I can handle it. It's a little early in the day for that. I'd rather have a bacon and egg sandwich, but I can handle it.
All right, Jack. See you later. That's Jack Curry, and he will be on the postgame show with Bob Lorenz. Here's Jason Donald, and that one is grounded softly toward third, but it's off the foot of Donald. At least we think it is. And then A-Rod throws it over the head of Teixeira.
What do we got here now? This ought to be interesting.
Now they're going to talk it over, I guess, the umpires, as Morrison scores. But here comes Donald back to the plate, and now Manny Acta comes out and is going to talk it over with the first base umpire, Doug Eddings.
You know, this is going to be real easy for us with the slow-mo, but, you know, Bucker didn't say foul ball, so you have to go through with the play.
Now let's see if it fouled off his foot. I think it did.
Yeah.
Well, here's how A-Rod fielded the ball. And A-Rod kind of just flipped it over there for no reason. He thought the play was dead. I think it got the tip of the football. What do you think?
Yeah. In the old days, they'd check the baseball. They'd have to retrieve it out of the stands, but they'd check the baseball for a little shoe polish.
I think it changed his direction right there.
Like I said, it was going to be real easy for us, Michael, in slow-mo.
Now, there's a famous story in the 1969 World Series against the Orioles. A ball hit Cleon Jones's foot, but the umpire said no, and Gil Hodges, the manager of the Mets, went out and retrieved the ball. And that's when you put shoe polish on the shoe, and it had a black mark on it, and it kind of changed that game and maybe changed the World Series. So they say it's a foul ball. The runners go back. Morrison is at second, and Donald is back at the plate with a 0-1 count. Another like-minded ground ball as Jeter guns down Donald, and Morrison moves to third. That one had the same kind of spin on it as the one to A-Rod.
When this ball gets in on him a little bit, CC's got a good fastball today. He's using his changeup for strikeouts. Good curveball. So far, so good.
Donald doesn't seem to be complaining, so maybe he felt that it did hit the foot. A lot of eye black for Donald today. Here's Trevor Crowe. Grounded to second. Cano is there. And Sabathia works out of the jam. Survives the double. No runs to hit. One man left. You go to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Yankees. His major league debut against the Mariners in Seattle. He played shortstop and he batted ninth. And 15 years later, he plays shortstop and he's leading off here in the third inning. Didn't get a hit in that game. Do you remember that game about him, Paul?
I mean, you remember the buzz of Derek Jeter because he was, you know, a high draft pick, and you know, your replacement's coming up, and it's a young kid, and you're always interested to see how a young kid's going to come up and adjust to the major leagues. And it didn't take long, obviously.
At any point, Paul, I know this is a broad question, and you see the dot scoreboard with the Yankees up 1-0. When you first saw him, and he comes up, could you have predicted greatness? Could you have predicted Hall of Fame at that time?
I don't think you can ever predict that, because there's so many little things that he does that take time to come out. His base running, his instincts, and the one thing you do notice is, opening day of '96, and he's making great plays, and he's hitting home runs, getting off to a great start, and he didn't look like he was overwhelmed by it. He looked like he expected it, and that's where you start thinking, this kid expects to do well in the major leagues.
And there's a young Derek Jeter. Really hasn't changed that much. His face was a little fuller when he was younger. A little more lean now. But 15 years and 2,808 hits. And he strikes out against Huff. I remember that game. The first game in '96 was against the Indians at the Den Jacobs Field. He made that over-the-shoulder catch, and he had the home run against Dennis Martinez. So a nice way to break in. I always felt, Paul, that the best thing to happen to Jeter was a terrible thing to happen to somebody else when Tony Fernandez got hurt in spring training, because he was going to play second base, but he was also going to be that shortstop in waiting if Jeter faltered. It was going to be like over Jeter's shoulder, but once Fernandez went down, Yankees really didn't have an option. So they had to stick with Jeter, and he really didn't get off to a bad start anyway. Pitch to Swisher is outside.
Again, you go back to Huff and his philosophy on pitching, nothing overpowering, everything, try to keep down in the zone, try to keep hitters off. So the fastball in here.
Driven out to deep right center field. Give me Chase Chu on the track at the wall. It's in the ballpark, but it's a base hit, as Swisher will stop at second. Chu almost made a dynamic catch, but it wouldn't stay in the glove. So Swisher gets himself a double.
Well, first of all, when things are going good as a player, when you're hitting, guys try to make good plays on you, and they can't. But the whole play started with Joe Girardi. Oh, my.
Wow.
Out. If he catches that ball in the pocket, you see he just got it on the front of the glove where it bounced out. If he catches that ball in the pocket, it'll stay in there. But great try by Chu. But again, you go one of your hot hitters, 3-0 count. Joe Girardi gives him the green light. And when you're hot, it's like everything looks good.
On the Yesmo, it looks like he wants to stick there in the heel, but running up against the wall kind of knocked it out. So Swisher is 2 for 2. Here's to share another opportunity with a runner in scoring position. Count 1-1. For Swisher, that's his 9th multi-hit game in May. A complete stark contrast to last year when he really struggled in May and had the great April.
Just a great, probably one of the better months he's had as a player in his career. And it's not just he's doing everything. He's hitting for power. He's hitting big home runs. He's doing pretty much everything you can possibly do as an offensive player.
Two 1, 3-1.
And these are the at-bats that start mentally grinding on you. It seems like, to share an A-Rod, you hear that you're not hitting with men in scoring position, and all of a sudden it seems like every time you come to the plate, you're getting these opportunities, and you've got to get over the mental part of it. You're capable of doing it, but it wears on you, and every day you have to kind of try to, get your mindset in a different place.
Yeah, Teixeira works a walk. Now, with the double, this is what Swisher has done in the month of May. Really an outstanding month. 367, 7 homers, and 16 runs batted in. Getting the dirt out of the helmet, ready to roll. Also, the thing that's different about this year, Paul, Swisher has 4 home runs here at the stadium. Last year, he didn't hit his 4th home run at the stadium since his 63rd, until his 63rd game. So he feels much more comfortable. He never could figure out why he didn't hit home runs here. And that one is off the head of Huff, and he goes down. The ball is in right field. Swisher will score. Alex has got his hands on his head at second base, and he's running out to the mound. And let's hope this kid is okay. Oh, my goodness. Oh, let's hope he's all right.
I thought it went off his shoulder.
Alex can barely look. And this is a fear in Major League Baseball. The pitcher is so close to the batter after he delivers the ball. Looks like David is moving a little bit. He's talking. Now we're going to show some replays, so if you don't want to see, we're just going to show them right now, and obviously it's not going to be fun to look at, so just be cautioned.
Hit him right on top of the head. This happens so fast. I mean, it's a pitcher's nightmare. He actually ends up in a good position, but it's just the reaction. You just do not have time to react on a ball hit that fast, that hard.
Looks like we got him on the left side of the head. And now they're going to stabilize his neck area. EMT personnel here at the stadium making their way out to the mound, working with the Indians trainer. And Gene Monahan now out there as well. Let's pray that this young man is okay. You can see he is talking with the medical personnel. And Tim Belcher and Manny Acta, concerned teammates as well. And there's definitely a hush over the crowd. And it's a part of the game that's always out there. Pitchers always worry about it. No one wants to see it happen. When it does happen, you could see the sheer horror on the face of the batter. Alex was running to second with his hands on his head. And there's not much sound here at the stadium right now as people just hoping that David Huff is okay. And when they get David up on that cart, I'm sure this crowd is going to give him a huge ovation. And there's a thumbs up. Now we're going to take a break. Hope that David's okay. We'll get you the information as soon as we find out. And the Indians will go to the bullpen. We're concerned Alex Rodriguez looks on. Commercial as he was driven out to the ambulance. He gave the crowd the thumbs up. So let's hope and pray that everything is okay with David Huff. We've seen terrible instances that happened with the Yankees at Fenway Park. Ryan Thompson hit one off the face of Bryce Flory and essentially ended Flory's career. And this is Alex as it happened. He sees the ball, sees Huff, and then he sees Huff is down and can't move and doesn't even want to look. And then heads right toward the pitcher's mound.
You know, and as a hitter, I mean, there's obviously no intent. You can't aim the baseball. You do everything you can to stay on it and hit it up the middle. It's just a reaction. I mean, you're playing against another team. You're trying to beat a team. But when you see something like this happen, it's just kind of absolutely numbs you.
Now, you went through this, Paul, right, in the minor leagues?
Yeah, I hit a guy. I remember opening night. I was in the minor leagues in Tampa. I hit a ball right back at the pitcher and hit him right in the eye. And, I mean, again, kind of like Bryce Flory in Boston. And the funny thing was, well, not funny, but they carried him off the field. And the funny thing was he came back about 2 months later. And who did he face? He faced us on his first game back. And I remember hitting a ball right back up the middle again.
Really?
And you know, in the minor league, you're not friends or you don't know people because there's so many changes. But I remember it well, and as a hitter, it bugs you.
So the Indians will bring in Aaron Laffey, and he will have as much time as he needs to warm up. I'll always remember when Ryan Thompson did that with Bryce Flory, and there was this sickening thud that you could hear all the way up in the press box.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was in the dugout and I was watching that play, and it was just the sound of that baseball hit him in the eye socket.
Yeah.
I mean, it just that's one of the most gruesome things I've ever seen on the baseball field.
And I remember Ryan running with his hands on the sides of his head toward first base, like yelling because he knew what had happened.
Right.
And there was a lot of blood involved with that as well because it hit Bryce on the nose and the eye. Again, let's hope that David Huff is okay. So runners on second and third, more mundane matters as Robinson Cano will come up against Aaron Laffey. Yankees leading 2-0. Pitch is outside.
You know, that's the fear that you see in high school and college now with these kids getting so big and so strong and still using the aluminum bats that pitchers just don't have the time to react and protect themselves. Laffey got away with one right there. That's kind of a hanging curveball, and when you hang a curveball to a hitter as hot as Robinson Cano, you're lucky to get another one back. See, that has a lot of the plate. It just sits there, waste time.
Our colleague Al Leiter was hitting the head off a ball at the bat of Alex Gonzalez, and he said the ball carried all the way out to left field. He said the next couple of times you're in your mound, you know, you're trying not to flinch, but you know that when you deliver ball, the same thing can happen. And even if you have a great follow through, it gets there so quickly you can't even move your hand. That one is driven out to left center field. Giving chase is Crow. He'll make the catch. Tagging and scoring is Teixeira. And the Yankees lead 3-0 on the sac fly by Cano. His 35th ribby.
Again, when you're as hot as Robinson Cano, you're glad you got the run in, but you had a couple good pitches to hit. And you look back and think, you know, I could have done a lot more with that pitch. But good, solid baseball. Look for a pitch up, another breaking ball that you can get out of the infield.
There's Marcus Timms. Crowd still stunned, sort of a hushed silence as that one is grounded in the hole. Backhanded by Donald, the long throw. They get Timms, and that will do it. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the 4th, 3-0 Yankees. Who's the only other pitcher to accomplish that feat? Good question. I don't know. We'll find out in the bottom of the inning. Shin-Soo Choo will lead off. Choo, Kearns, and Peralta. That one is hit hard to center field. Giving chase is Gardner, and he makes a nice running play for the first out. Nice to have speed, huh, Paul?
Boy, I tell you what, makes up for a lot of ground out there, and it makes up for a pitch and a good hitter. Gives it a good swing, driven out there. See Gardner shading over to left center and still runs this down with no problem. Michael, I might have an answer for that question. I might have a guess.
Really?
Yeah. Before we give the answer out, I'm going to let you know my guess. Probably wrong. It's probably wrong, but you know.
The fact that you're even playing is impressive.
That's right. I don't want to break any rules and give it out early.
You'll be fired right before the game ends. That's the way this works.
Rules and regulations up in this booth, isn't it? Huh?
Oh, my goodness. We shield you from most of them, Paul.
Is that right?
The 0-1. Hot shot off the foot of Sabathia, and that's going to trickle into right field for a base hit for Kearns. Well, tomorrow after the postgame, don't miss a new WB Mason Presents the Joe Girardi Show as the manager breaks down the week series against the Twins and the Indians. Plus, you can send your questions to AskJoe@YesNetwork.com and get them answered straight from the skipper. It's a new Joe Girardi Show tomorrow at 5, only on Yes.
You know, it's funny. I know when I'm in New York, when we land and you're driving around, all of a sudden you see something that you know you're not at home. And I see the WB Mason trucks, with the big picture on the side going down the road.
That one gets past Cervelli as Kearns will move to second. There's no WB Mason in Ohio?
No, they're no longer in Ohio.
Oh. They're going to score that a wild pitch. Peralta struck out in the second. And CeCe's changing speeds on Peralta.
Yeah, Peralta last night. Big hit off Hughes last night in a big situation on it. He's a dead fastball hitter. He got a fastball last night, got a big hit, and you see CeCe Sabathia is throwing a lot of changeups, curveballs, anything not, to get away from his strength. And if you're going to give him a fastball, give him something out of the zone, something he can't hurt you with.
On his first 6 starts of the year, CeCe 4-1, 2.74. In his last 4 starts, 0-2, 5.96. Now, the last time he was on the mound was against the Mets, and really he didn't pitch well. 5 innings, 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. He gave up 2 home runs as well. In fact, he's given up a home run in 7 straight starts, and there's that line for the Mets, 93 pitches and 5+. He hasn't started that much at home. He's really good here at the stadium. 2-0, 1.29 in 3 starts, and then 7 starts on the road, so more than double. And he's 2-3 with a 5.08. So back on the comfort of his own mound. Now Sabathia steps off. Things slow down when there's a runner at second. I mean, teams are so paranoid of signs being picked up. And then whenever I talk with you, Paul, you were a batter who didn't want signs given to you.
Not all the time. And you just, because you hit mistakes as a pitcher. So to know, location or whatever, I mean, if they hit their location, you're not going to hit it anyway because they're going for the outside corner, the inside corner. And as a hitter, you look for the baseball out over the plate, and you hit the pitcher's mistakes.
But there are guys that want it. I was talking to Joe Girardi, said when I played, boy, I wanted to know what somebody was going to throw. I guess it helps if you know there's a breaking ball, and then it's not in a great location. At least you know the speed.
There's guess hitters out there, and when they know what's coming, boy, their average and everything goes up.
That one is drilled to left field. Does it have the height? No, it's a foul ball, too. About a third of the way up the wall and foul.
And I think Peralta got a fastball there, and I tell you, it doesn't matter if he's behind in the count, down in the count, anything. Kind of ran back out over the plate. As a hitter, boy, that's a horrible run down to first base when you think that thing's just going to hook foul on you.
The 2-2. Check swing.
CC went back to the breaking ball. And it's funny, if you watch Cervelli, he has so much energy. Even the signals are fast. And I think sometimes the pitchers actually have to try to slow him down.
Well, now with a day off, he's banging around the room, ready to roll. Well rested. CC's not seeing what he wants.
I hope that wasn't one pitch. No.
And CC says no again. No again. It's better to talk about it.
Well, you see, and this might be a little thing. You know, you do miss Jorge Posada, who's worked with these guys for years. And these are the things that, Joe Girardi, as a former catcher, knows can drive pitchers crazy. But, Cervelli's doing his best back there. He's learning the pitchers by playing more and more.
(3-2). And Peralta walks.
And CC went back to a slider there. And
you can see the look on the pitching coach Dave Island's face. He did not like that little exchange where they couldn't come to an agreement. Dave always looks intense out there anyway. Here's Shelley Duncan. Off the end of the bat foul. Shelley was the International League MVP last year for the Yankees in the Yankee farm system. Let's take a look at the scouting report on Shelley Duncan, brought to you by Home Depot.
Family ties, and this must be a weird one at Christmas dinner. His father, Dave Duncan, still pitching coach in St. Louis. His brother, Chris Duncan's currently with the Nationals organization. Hot start. I mean, you remember his debut. 5 home runs in his first 22 at-bats in July 2007. King of Columbus. I know all about Columbus. They used to be the Columbus Clippers. That's their AAA. Great numbers, 301 average, 6 home runs.
Now, Shelley was on last year's Yankee team. He was actually called up. He had a couple of at-bats. So that means that you get a World Series ring. But there wasn't a big presentation for Shelley. He got his World Series ring in the FedEx package, which he thought was great. He said because his brother has one, his father has one, now he has one. He wasn't on the World Series roster, but
I saw the ring. One of the security guards.
Ring.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful ring. They did a great job.
The 0-2. Rocketed foul. Now, when he came to the Yankees, he burst upon the scene. That one he took off the ground and rocketed into the seats. The only dangerous part was when he high-fived people. He thought he was going to hurt them. People would actually shy away from Shelley. They were afraid of him.
Well, he's one of those guys that is just caught in the middle. He's like a 3.5 player. He's a little too good for AAA, and he just hasn't been able to put up a solid whole year in the major league.
Good curveball, breaking ball, and that's probably why that pitch.
Yeah, he's dead fastball hitter, and you see CC pull the string there with a good breaking ball. Even in slow-mo, he's going to be out in front of this one. See a lot of torque in that body. One thing on his mind, and that's trying to drive that ball as far as he can.
Good guy, just a real sweet guy.
I was going to say, good kid. You enjoy seeing him out on the field because he enjoys what he does. He looks like he just loves to be in the ballpark. Grew up in the ballpark with his father, and probably didn't know anything else. I mean, when your dad's at the ballpark every day and you grow up there and you become a player and then you play, I mean, that's just your life.
I remember when he was in the middle of that streak of hitting those home runs early for the Yankees. And, I mean, just the look of joy on his face. And he was in the Yankee dugout at the old place. And he had this huge grin. He was talking to nobody in particular. And there's a microphone on the camera. And we picked him up saying, how awesome is this? I mean, how awesome is this? You have no idea how happy I am. That's what he actually said. It was great. But then, sadly, for a guy with the name of Duncan, he's been yo-yoing back and forth between the Yankees and the minor leagues. So, as you said, he might be one of those guys who's caught right in the middle. It's weird, though, because he's so much better than anybody else in AAA. Mm-hmm. But up here, there are ways to get him out.
You know what? He's with an organization that, you know, he should be able to put up some numbers and play well enough to get some work. I mean, you know, there's a lot of kids they're just on the borderline of playing in the major leagues. And are they going to fit in with the New York Yankees? Probably not. But there's a lot of organizations out there that you can go with and help, you know, just put out a decent major league team.
Well, he was so excited about being here yesterday. It was a night game. He was in the dugout sitting there alone at 12:30. 6.5 hours before the first pitch.
Waiting for the lunch spread, you know, you eat at the ballpark.
And Luke Kakuza puts out a nice spread.
Can only imagine.
It's 3-0 Yankees. We're in the top of the fourth here at the stadium.
This feels like a holiday weekend, doesn't it? Sun's out, people are out.
You're here.
All right.
Memorial Day weekend. Men and women of the armed forces out in force as well. It's Fleet Week here in New York City. And by the way, I mean, Memorial Day weekend, people think about it as barbecues and having vacation, but you know, we honor those people that make all of this possible to live the lives that we live, and the people that have given their lives in wars for our freedom. So we thank them. We thank all the men and women that served in the armed forces in the past and doing it right now. Thank you. The 1-2. Grounded in the hole, a base hit off the bat of Grutzelanek. Austin Kearns will score. So an RBI single for Grutzelanek. The Indians are on the board. The Yankee lead is now 3-1.
You see, CC went back with the curveball, and Grutzelanek went down and got it. It was not really a bad pitch, low in the zone. Didn't have the sharp breakdown and in. Again, ground balls are going to find holes sometimes. Good piece of hitting.
Here's Matt Laporta. As Jack Curry told us in the third inning, Laporta was the big get for the Indians for Sabathia from the Brewers. That was the one. All right, we'll make this deal if we get Laporta. And he has not come close to living up to his potential. They thought he was going to be a big power hitter. And now there's some talk that he might have to go back down to Columbus because he just seems lost up here. Member of Team USA in the 2008 Olympics. This guy had the credentials. He was one of the top prospects in baseball. This is the first inning in this game that CC has thrown more than 11 pitches. He has 23 so far. He's laboring right now. You count 2-1. He's telling him to stay back. So he's rushing his delivery just a bit. A lot of indecision in this inning. A lot of stepping out, a lot of shaking off.
A lot of frustration on the pitchers. I mean, pitchers want to stay in a rhythm, continually, be on the same page, and it's been a long, tough inning.
That one is driven out to left center field. Giving chase is Russo. He's not going to get there. It's going to be one hop up against the wall. Peralta scores. Here comes Grutzelanek. There'll be no throw. Grutzelanek scores. It's a 2-run double. The game is tied at 3.
Again, you're going to second guess yourself as a pitcher when you keep throwing it. It looks like you took a little bit off this. Good piece of hitting. Laporta goes down and gets a changeup away, drives it out into left center field. And kind of reach for that ball. Good swing.
Watching that play unfold, Paul, were you a little surprised that Jeter didn't throw the ball home?
Well, as accurate as he is getting the ball in, it was a good relay. Looked like there was a play, but you start throwing the ball around, sometimes you're better off just to put it in your pocket.
Maybe he didn't have a good hold on it. Maybe he didn't get a good grip out of the glove. You'll see right here, Jeter has the ball, and Grutzelanek was about 80 feet away from home plate when he had the ball. So here's Lou Morrison now with the go-ahead run at second base. Keep tied at 3.
You see, CC hasn't lost any velocity. That ball at 96. It's just he's all of a sudden he's getting beat on his curveball and his changeup. Some of these guys are adjusting late in the count. The scouting report on a lot of young teams is they make sure that you mix in your breaking ball and your changeup, which CC does really well anyway. Not too many young guys can't hit fastballs. That's how you get to the major leagues. It's adjusting to the breaking ball and the changeup.
"27 pitches this inning. So 31 coming into the inning. And he just doesn't have command today in the count 3-0. And that's kind of what happened with the Mets as well.
I guarantee there's going to be a meeting between this inning between Cervelli, Dave Island, and CC. Try to get the signals straight, kind of what you want to do with certain guys, so there's not such a big delay between every pitch.
Now CC, after the game against the Mets, actually blamed pitch selection. Didn't blame the catcher. He just blamed pitch selection. He didn't like the pitches that he chose to throw. We told you this earlier about he was dominant the first 6 starts, but he struggled in his last 4 and struggling here in this start. Count 3-2. Swing and a miss, got him. 95-mile-an-hour fastball gets Sabathia out of further trouble. 3 runs, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 1 left. 3-3 game. Fourth inning, and we have to take a look at the answer to the New York State Smokers Quit Line Quiz. CC Sabathia had 19 win seasons for both the Indians and the Yankees. Who's the only other pitcher to accomplish this feat? Now, you said you know this, and I don't think you know.
I reread the question. I don't know.
All right, let's see who the answer is. Ray Caldwell. You didn't know?
No.
1915 with the Yankees and 1920 with the Indians.
I thought the question was just two teams, and then I thought it might have been Dave Stewart with Oakland and Toronto. You got to read the directions, so you got to have the question right before you can get the right answer.
Absolutely. Now, Iowa wants to get together with CC and Cervelli, get through this, because they obviously are not on the same page. And you can see CC was getting annoyed on the mound. Now, Cervelli's not part of that conversation because he's batting right now. But he's going to talk to him as well. I mean, that has to be straightened out. Three game, bottom of the fourth inning. Yankees with 5 hits and the Indians with 4.
It's funny. This has kind of gone on the way that last night, close game early in the game, and then all of a sudden you get into the 6th and 7th inning, and in my mind, the Indians are used to losing and the Yankees are used to winning, and that's kind of what takes over in a close game late in the game.
Next Friday, NYY State will be hosting a jazz night. Come enjoy a fun-filled night, including free passed hors d'oeuvres, drink specials, and great live music. For more information, please log on to nyysteak.com or call 646-977-8325. Have you eaten there yet, Paul?
Oh, I've been there a few times.
Good. NYY Steak. You missed it last week. They brought steak up for me and Kent Singleton. You had the wrong series.
You should have texted me. I'd have come in for that.
You would have pulled off the flight around Progressive Field and just came right to...
Just parachuted right in. I hear about this. What's the name of the steak sandwich here at the ballpark? There's
the Lobels.
I've got to try one of those. That's what I keep hearing about.
You got to have $15.
Well, I can borrow it from you.
You always do.
You got cash.
What'd you do with all that money you made?
I carry a credit card. I lose a wallet. There's no reason to carry it.
There it is. There's Lobels. We'll send somebody to get you one right now if you're hungry.
No, I just keep hearing from the locals about the Lobels roast beef sandwiches. That might be tomorrow. You know that? You and I, Mike, will order a double.
Should I bring money?
Yeah, please. Chances are I won't have any.
Look at that. They have it ready.
They're dry aging it for us.
Outside of first base on the battle, Russo.
4 games together. We're hanging out tonight. We got a lot going on this weekend.
That's right. Now we're really hanging out tonight. You have like you're in the pit at the Meadowlands for
That's because my wife buys good tickets.
Well, I've got good tickets, but I don't have access to the pit. Yeah. You're texting people from Bon Jovi.
That's right.
You're a big shot.
I've been to too many of their concerts, huh?
The 2-2. That one is lined into left center field. It is a base hit. Kearns bobbles the ball, and Russo will go to second. Crow backing up Kearns. We'll see how they score that, because I thought Russo was going for second anyway on Kearns. Could be a single and an error or just a straight double.
Yeah, he kind of got a bad hop backwards, but again, you can use that glove, and if you come up with it, it's a lot easier to hold that runner. Again, he kind of overran it.
That's going to be a single and an E7.
Yeah, you see, he was rounding hard, and what every good base runner should do is pick up what's going out on the field. He saw it bobbled and didn't miss a stride.
Now, Aaron Laffey is in after the injury to David Huff. If you just joined us, David Huff was hit in the head on a comebacker by Alex Rodriguez in the third. The ball carried him out into right field. A run scored, and Huff was carried off on a stretcher. We still have no word on Huff's status, but we are monitoring that, and we'll get you information as soon as we can. That happened with 1 out in the 3rd inning. One.
We got a story that from the Cleveland announcer that his brother was in the stadium. A horrible thing to see. That his brother happened out on the mound. But hopefully we'll get good word before this game's over that everything's going to be all right.
His brother Pat was in from Long Beach State. He actually was a pitcher for Long Beach State. He's older than David, and just came because he was excited about seeing his brother pitch at the new Yankee Stadium, and he's kind of like his unofficial pitching coach, so I'm sure that Pat is with David right now at the hospital as they run him through tests. I'm sorry, his name is Tim. It's Tim Huff. And Tim pitched for Long Beach State.
Tough pitch.
So here's Jeter with runners on 1st and 2nd with 1 out. Jeter singled on the first pitch from Huff in the 1st inning, came around to score on A-Rod's RBI, and then struck out in the 3rd. So the Yankees have very good speed on the bases. Russo and Gardner. Certainly not a bad combination for a double steal. And there's a strike.
Laffey kind of short on that ball. Gets a little sink to it.
Another strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-2. Jeter didn't seem overly pleased with that call.
Jeter doesn't complain about a lot. That ball looks slow. It's tailing away. Not much what you can do with it. Ball's just off the outside corner.
Pretty close. I'm curious, did you ever agree in your mind with a called 3rd strike?
Yeah, sure. I mean, sometimes you're fooled, but for the most part, I mean, as a hitter, you have such an idea of that strike zone, and you know, it has changed a lot in the past 4 or 5 years. That, you know, they would call that pitch intentionally off the plate. They would give it to the pitcher, and that was frustrating for a hitter. Frustrating for me. I think the plate is called much better now than it was 5, 6 years ago. Do you agree?
I think it's tighter because of Plestet,
sure,
because they're graded.
When you get a game like this, it all of a sudden it's kind of hit a wall and it gets slow. And in the old days, the umpires would speed this game up by, you know, extending the strike zone. And
now, you did have your share of frustration.
See, I was just having a little talk with myself. See, I hit that one hard. I hit that hard, too. This is all staged. Where did all this stuff come from?
Got to get some smiles.
Deep thinking right there.
Ooh, really? Wow. Put a wood burn in there on that one. 3-2. Runners were going, and Jeter walks. Well, Tim Belcher is going to go out and talk with Laffey, and we're going to give you a look at the pitch-by-pitch brought to you by Suzuki Hizashi.
Ball down low. Again, he got 2 pitches on the outside corner. Everything's low. Didn't want to give in and give Jeter anything to really drive, but now you're in a situation where you really can't do much other than throw strikes and hope you can get out with a double play.
So Russo is at third, Gardner is at second, and Jeter at first. 3 good base runners for the Yanks. And here's Nick Swisher. He's had a good day. Single and a double. Last time almost had a home run. Chu went back to the wall, had the ball in his glove, it popped out. That was good for a double. And a strike to Nick Swisher. So Nick trying to continue his big-time May.
That was off top of the pole, Mike. I think you're right. I think that didn't take long. We just got delivered a steak sandwich. See
wow.
that, Michael?
You say something, fall, and it happens.
You snap your fingers, and the boys were running. That's impressive.
Save me $15.
They put on your account.
Big, healthy cut. Paul's talking that somebody actually from Lobel's actually brought 2 sandwiches here.
Tasters, you know.
They're more than tasters, my friend.
When you're in New York, you got to eat like the locals, right?
Or the Lobels. So 2-2. This is the danger of having the bases loaded. You can't be too cute because there's no place to put the runner. And you've got to come in with something. And Swisher knows that as well. And now it's 3-2.
And one of Swisher's biggest strengths as a hitter is he swings and strikes. I mean, he walks a lot. He won't go out of the zone. So, you know, as a pitcher, you got to know you got to throw this guy strikes. You're not going to get an out, a cheap out by Nick Swisher swinging at the ball outside the strike zone.
3-2. And he walked him. That forces in a run. Russo will touch up. And the Yankees lead 4-3. So an RBI for Swisher, his 28th of the year.
Laffey has the tendency to look at this inning. He can get strike 1, he can get strike 2. He just hasn't found that pitch that he can put somebody away with. And Yankee hitters are accustomed to hitting with 2 strikes and don't panic.
Teixeira fouls it away.
It's a big bat for Swisher. I mean, an RBI situation, you've talked about kind of his woes of driving in runs lately, and that's been the strength of his whole career. So these are the at-bats that, only takes a couple of them. You hit a double or drive in a few runs that you start opening up and hitting like yourself.
The 0-1. Teixeira has gone 10 straight games without driving in a run. He still has 30 RBIs, but 10 games for him without driving in a run is a long streak.
That was a good pitch to hit. And you saw, just overswinging a little bit, trying to do just a little bit too much with it, trying to get it all back in one swing, and that's not what you do when you play this many games.
And he gets plunked. That's going to force in another run. Now, he didn't do that on purpose. Obviously, on 0-2 with the bases loaded, so the crowd oohing and eyeing. But Teixeira picks up an RBI, his first one in 10 games. That's not the way he wanted to do it, though.
Again, he's 0-2. He's not going to give away. Right on the elbow. But as a hitter, you have to cover that outside corner when you're down in the count.
So the bases remain loaded with 1 out. This has been some rally. Single, walk, and a hit batter. And here's Alex Rodriguez. Sac fly in the first, then the unfortunate double off of David Huff, knocking him out of the game. Pitch is high. Now, Teixeira getting hit and driving the run is significant because the last 20 men that were in scoring position when he was up, he had not driven in. So he picks up his 31st ribby and a black and blue, the 1-0. 1-1.
Yeah, you can see that Alex had a great pitch to hit here, ball up in the zone. He's actually trying to hit that ball the other way. Pulls his elbow in.
And the count 2-1.
I smell a big hit here, Michael. Like something big's going to happen. Seems like Laffey's just digging himself a hole that he's not going to be able to get out of.
So Hector Ambrose warming.
Good pitch there, a little change up. After Alex saw a couple fastballs and he fouled straight back. So
35 pitches this inning. 33 pitches for Sabathia, so a total of 68 total pitches in the fourth inning. The 2-2. What time does Bon Jovi come on tonight?
That's right, we should make. We'll probably miss the first act, but we'll make it.
Again, no place to put A-Rod. Bases loaded, 1 out. And he fouls it and goes down. Looks like A-Rod's going for that grand slam, Paul. He's really swinging from the heels.
Ball kind of cutting in. You see him pull his arms in, meaning he was kind of beat on the fastball, but straight down on your foot. Don't you love it when you wear those protectors and you know you miss this whole area, but then you get down in here.
"5-3 Yankees lead, looking for more." And A-Rod swings and misses. Big strikeout for Aaron Laffey.
And this is a swing. I mean, it's a good pitch to hit right down the middle. Fastball. It's just a great player that does not feel real comfortable at the plate right now. You see he's kind of has nothing going towards the ball. Just kind of trying to put it in play. I mean, this at bat a couple weeks from now when he gets hot, the ball would have been out over the Zales sign out in left center field.
That'll bring up Robinson Cano with the bases loaded last night in this spot, 7th inning.
Quick that bat is. Especially off a left-hander.
And then the curtain call. Another left-hander on the mound. And the count 1-0. So the Yankees are leading 5-3. Cano extended his hitting streak to 12 straight with a single in the first and a sac fly in the third. Now, Cano has 10 home runs, and 7 of them have been against left-handed pitchers.
Yeah, that's impressive. You know, the more I thought about what you said earlier, and Joe Girardi saying, you know, he was never platooned. He was never told he couldn't hit left-handers. And what a neat thing. I mean, because it's kind of the nature of the game now. As a left-handed hitter, as soon as you're brought up, you know, they bench you against the tough lefties. Well, Robbie's just too good a hitter to go through that.
Now the count 3-0. No place to put Cano. Does Joe Girardi give him a green light here? Really put the game out of reach. Jeter is at third. Swisher at second. Teixeira at first. 2 men out, 3-0 count. And there's a strike.
Taken all the way, and this is where you really got to be careful as a hitter, because Laffey really doesn't have anything that he's going to blow by you. So you don't want to go out of your zone and try to do too much. You know, if he throws that little cutter away, you know, just drive it the other way. It's so hard to mentally keep yourself and just to have a good at bat and try not to get caught up in the bases loaded, I'm ahead in the count situation.
Sliced the other way, a base hit. That's going to go to the wall. Jeter scores. Swisher scores. Teixeira will stop at third. A 2-run double for Cano. And the Yankees lead 7-3.
You know, here's a guy that's hot, that knows how to hit, and is absolutely mentally. I mean, it's just everything you want to do as a left-handed hitter. Don't try to do too much with it. Use your natural swing. Shoot the ball the other way. This is a swing right here that possibly going to win him a batting title someday. Perfect.
Aaron Laffey has thrown 43 pitches. He's not going to throw any more. Manny Acta is coming to get him. Yankees are leading this one by a score of 7-3. Special. First, it's the April 2008 WBA welterweight title match between Miguel Cotto and Alfonso Gomez. Then it's the December 2008 battle between Yuri Foreman and James Moore. Get prepped for the June 5th slugfest tonight at midnight only on Yes. Manny Acta has to make the call to the bullpen, which is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. And Hector Ambris will make his 10th appearance of the year. 18 hits and 13 in the third innings, 11 strikeouts, 5 walks. And that'll bring up Marcus Timms. And that means the Yankees have batted around here in the fourth. Timms 0 for 2. Second and third, 2 outs. There's a strike. Now, with his 2-run double, then the sac fly, Cano now has 37 runs batted in, leading the Yankees. Count 1-1. Yankees have already raised a flag at the beginning of this year, their 27th world title, looking for more. They come into this game with a 29-18 record. There's a world championship flag. 1-1. Outside 2-1. These Indians pitchers don't throw strikes, and that's not a good recipe against the Yankees.
No, it really isn't. I mean, you've got too many veteran hitters, too many guys that'll wait you out. Tim Belcher's over in his mind just shaking his head, knowing the same thing. You've got to pitch ahead to good hitters.
I always wonder, though, it's like the chicken and the egg. I mean, are they not throwing strikes because they're nibbling, or can they not just throw strikes?
Well, either way, if you're in the major leagues and you're going to stay in the major leagues, you've got to be able to throw strikes, whether you're nibbling or not. And it's just...
He doesn't throw strikes, and there's a walk, so the bases are reloaded. 4 walks in this inning for the Yankees, and 1 hit batter. Tim Belcher knows that if he pitched like this, with Lou Piniella as his manager, they wouldn't be pitching for Lou Piniella. Indians have thrown 48 pitches this half inning. 48 pitches.
You know, you're coming into this situation as a pitching coach and a manager. I mean, this organization brought in Manny Acta. You see ball 1 again. you're going to have to bring in some patience. And right now, I mean, you're witnessing what a young pitching staff can do. There are going to be days that guys won't throw strikes. See Manny Actor right there is just thinking, you know, this could be a long summer, but you know, you'll see kids progress. You'll see some kids become good players, and then I think as a manager, you feel that you've done a good job.
The 1-0. Now Cervelli is trying to avoid going 0 for 2 in one inning. He actually struck out looking to start this inning. I think that was about an hour and a half ago.
There has been a few pitches in this inning.
I think they've thrown 50 pitches this inning, the innings. And Andy Pettit threw 94 pitches over 8 innings against the Twins. In his last start, there's a breaking ball strike.
This has been Cervelli's strength since he's been in there and is driving in runs in situations like this. And we talked about, you know, Teixeira thinking a lot about not being able to drive in runs, and Cervelli's completely on the other side of the scale, just believes that it's going to happen.
Third pitcher used by the Indians. In the fourth, the 1-2. Grounder up the middle and through for a base hit. Teixeira scores. Cano scores. And the Yankees lead 9-3 on the 2-run single by Cervelli.
You know, this game goes a lot about confidence. And Cervelli, like we were talking about, just believes that when there's runners in scoring position, somehow he's going to get them in. Another breaking ball out over the plate. Shoot it right back up the middle. And you know what? Even on the yes mode, it's just out of his reach.
21 RBIs for Francisco Cervelli. Yankees with 6 runs in this inning. And Russo, who started this all, fouls it back. Along with Paul O'Neill and Jack Curry, I'm Michael Kay, and you are watching Yankees baseball here on Yes. We thank you for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. Big crowd here at the stadium, and the Yankees have blown this open in the fourth inning, turned a 3-3 game into a 9-6 or 9-3 game with 6 runs in the bottom of fourth and still batting.
Yeah, if you went away for a while and you came back, this isn't a doubleheader. We're still in the fourth inning.
Timms is at second and Cervelli is on first. Still 2 outs. Both of the runners now on base are the responsibility of Ambrose. That one's popped up. Donald is called off by Kearns, and that will do it. But the Yankees score 6 runs, 3 hits, a lot of walks, a hit batter, 2 runners left, 56 pitches by the Indians, 9-3 Yankee lead. The only other game going on in the major leagues right now. Just that one game, and this one right here. And the Yankees lead the Indians 9-3. So a long bottom of the fourth inning as the Yankees break open a 3-3 game. And now CC Sabathia did a lot of sitting, but he'll take that sitting to get 6 runs. He'll face 9-1-2 in the Indians order, starting with Jason Donald. All right, O'Neill, you asked for it. You got the Lobel sandwich. Now, what's
Thumbs
the review?
Up.
Really?
Thumbs up. Wow. Had the infamous Lobel steak sandwich, the prime steak sandwich now.
Do you know what Lobel's did, because you mentioned that?
What?
They sent sandwiches down to our whole crew in the truck, too, which is really,
awesome.
really nice. So thank you to the people at Lobel's. I really like working with you. You should do more games. And also start talking about Mercedes or something. Maybe they'll send a couple up to the booth. Now I know what Bill White and Frank Nesser felt like. Phil Rizzuto would say it, and the food would be there.
I'll tell you one thing. This was worth the ask, because they're good. I might be a regular now.
That's great.
Let's see if CC Sabathia can come out here with a 6-run lead, start pumping some strikes in there, kind of quicken things up here a little bit.
Swing and a miss.
There you go.
So Jason Donald down on strikes.
Good fastball down in, had a little cut on it.
You gonna ask for dessert, Paul?
I think those are ours, aren't they?
Oh, it's a little birthday. How great is that? A birthday at the park. Very cool.
That's quite a production to keep that candle lit, huh?
Trevor Crowe is 0 for 2. Fly ball to right and a ground ball to second. Sabathia really struggled in the fourth inning, and then his team bailed him out. He gave up a 3-0 lead. It was 3-3, and then boom, 6 runs. So he can sniff a win right now.
Trevor Crowe, filling in for Grady Sizemore, is on the disabled list we talked about yesterday, and defensively we see he's made some great defensive plays. Another diving catch today. Now this is an opportunity for him to do some things and work his way into the lineup. When Sizemore comes back, obviously it's not going to be in center field, but there are other positions that you swinging the bat, they'll get you in there, especially in this type of organization.
That one's fouled back.
You see a veteran pitcher going to a lot of hard stuff, a lot of strikes after a big inning like that, and it's just a good way to pitch. I mean, a lot of times you pitch to the scoreboard, 1-run game, you're going to use everything. You get a big lead like this, let's work on throwing strikes, going right after hitters. CC a little mad there, kind of lost the bite on that curveball, wanted that ball to end up in the outside the strike zone, kind of hung over the inside part of the plate. Looking for a strikeout here. You see that ball just doesn't have a sharp break at the end of that pitch.
The 1-2. Two count on Crowe. And the pitch. Foul back.
CC's 96 miles an hour there, so, nice warm day. And, this is why his strength is so good late in the season. I mean, you'll see his numbers in the second half. He's a horse. I mean, he's strong enough to continue to throw hard, to continue to pound hitters late in the season when they become tired.
2-2. Crow making him work. Indians just gave us some information on David Huff. They said he was hit above the left ear on the side of the head on the line drive by Alex Rodriguez, and he's been taken to New York Presbyterian Hospital for further evaluation. That's all we know, and they said they will give us more information as it becomes available. So we kind of knew that. Let's just hope that he's okay. The 2-2. Fouled away. There's a happy fan. And the 2-2. Popped up, shallow center. It's going to dunk in for a base hit, so Crow wins that battle. Well, today after the postgame, don't miss Forbes Sports Money presented by Fox Business Network as the Nets look to rebuild. Get a behind-the-scenes tour of their interim home, the Prudential Center in Newark. See all of the fan-friendly amenities, plus how the venue impacts the city. It's all today after the postgame, and it's only on Yes.
It's be interesting with the new ownership there, right? See how quick that'll rebuild.
I think it would be quicker if they were in a sport without a cap.
Yeah.
Because Mikhail Prokhorov seems like he has a lot of money.
What do you think about his game? I saw him shooting around one day on TV. He loves the game, too.
When you have $17 billion, I'm supposed to say, yeah, it looks great. Looks like he could really play. The 0-1. Count 1-1. They're talking about owners, and I know that people in Cleveland think about this a lot. Before George Steinbrenner bought the Yankees in 1973, he had a bid in to buy the Indians in 72. And it was all done. And then all of a sudden, the deal fell apart because of the Indian ownership at that time. And Steinbrenner didn't get the team. Can you imagine how the history of this game would have changed if George Steinbrenner had bought the Indians rather than the Yankees? Now, who knows who would have bought the Yankees from CBS in 1973 because they wanted to sell. But would George Steinbrenner have had the same success, and would the Indians have had the same success as the Yankees are enjoying now? It's one of those questions we don't have an answer for.
Might be the trivia question for tomorrow. What do you think, Bill?
The 1-2. Slow roller back to the mound. CeCe doesn't even use the glove for the second out as Crow advances to second base.
You know, my guess on that is, George Steinbrenner's a winner. He knows how to win. He'll go to any extreme to win. So, in my mind, that type of ownership is going to win. It's going to go anywhere because of the passion of winning. I think he would take that anywhere. But I think it was more embraced in New York City because of the love of the Yankees.
And George Steinbrenner also had a love of the Cleveland, Ohio area. Mm-hmm. That's where he's from. And he wanted to own the Indians. And then when that slipped away, then the Yankees became available, and he bought this. Well, the rest, as they say, is history. And the Indians are only left to wonder, what if? The 1-0. 1-1. You know what else I heard about Cleveland today? They legalized gambling.
Oh, was that right?
Yeah, they're building casinos.
Yeah,
downtown.
they had. They did that down in Cincinnati, outside the city.
Right.
And they noticed how all the money was was going to Indiana right on the bottom. So they pretty much done it everywhere in Ohio, and I think Cleveland just followed suit.
The 1-1. Foul back, 1-2. How do you like the pace of this game, Paul?
This is right on track.
Somewhere Joe West is smiling.
That's right. Well, it's a beautiful day. Could be, could be drizzling and 50 out.
Absolutely. And the 1-2. Up and in. As Kearns gets down in a hurry.
CC unleashes one, kind of gets away from him up and in. It usually opens up that outside corner. We'll see where he goes here. Back in.
CC does have good life on the fastball today. He just doesn't know exactly where it's going. He's anywhere from 94 to 96. He's got a high pitch count, though, for the 5th inning. 85 pitches. But a good ratio. I guess he's wild in the zone. 60 strikes, 25 balls. Great 2. Line drive and a base hit past Cheater. Crow will score. It's an RBI for Kearns. And the Indians are trying to get back in this. It's 9-3, now 9-4 Yankees. Tomorrow, it's a Sunday matinee as the Yankees host the Indians for Game 3 in the Bronx. Complete coverage starts at 12:30 with the Tri-State Ford pregame. And Paul and I are back here with the call. Indians and the Yankees tomorrow starting at 12:30. Only on Yes. And that's going to be A.J. Burnett against Justin Masterson. CC certainly laboring. He had 31 pitches through the first 3 innings. And now he's at 81 pitches here with 2 outs in the 5th. Count 2-0. The pace, even for Sabathia, is painfully slow. He's stepping off the mound, and the batters are stepping out. And the 2-0. Hot shot to Cano. Spears it. And he makes the play for the final out in the 5th. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left. At the end of 4.5, we are halfway through. Yankees lead this one 9-4 on Yes. Inning here at the stadium. It's all Yankees, 9-8-0, leading 4-6-1. A good day for Sabathia to get run support because he's struggling just a bit. Brett Gardner will lead off. And the first pitch is outside from Ambrose. And the count 2-0. Now the Yankees right now are in the middle of a stretch where they should be able to do some damage, and they know that they have to do some damage even without Posada, even without Alfredo Aceves. They're in the middle of a 16-game stretch, the second game of a 16-game stretch, 5 series where they're playing teams that are struggling. They're playing the Indians, they're playing the Orioles in 2 series, they're playing the Astros. And the only tough series in there is against the Toronto Blue Jays, a team that's behind them in the American League East. The Yankees should be able to pick up some wins. Now, they just finished a series of 13 games against tough teams and made even tougher by the fact that their lineup was compromised with the injuries, and they were 6-7 in that stretch, which is not terrible when you don't have your center fielder and your catcher, but and your DH, Nick Johnson. But now against the Indians and the Orioles and the Astros, they should make some hay. Count 3-2.
You brought up Aceves, and we talked about it last night. You know, they're going to rehab instead of immediately doing surgery. And what's the time frame on that?
They gave him another epidural, so they're going to try to stretch it out and see if they can get him back on the mound. There is no timetable. 3-2, and Gardner walks. So he walks for the second time. That's one thing with this Yankee team. They can be up 9-4. They can be up 15-4. It could be the 4th inning, the 3rd inning, the 7th. They're going to have their at-bat the same way they had their at-bat when the game was close. They're not giving away at-bats. And they'll take those walks. And we will be here until 7 o'clock if that's the fact the Indians aren't going to throw strikes.
You know, players do take pride in their at bats. I mean, that's what you take home every day is what I do in the field, and then you kind of critique every single at bat, and the more consistent you are. Nick Swisher talked about it. The consistent factor of playing a long season. The more consistent you are, it doesn't matter the score, doesn't matter the situation. Those are how you put up big numbers and help team win.
Driven to right field, but slicing foul. Nice catch. Jeter today singled, scored, struck out, and then walked and scored. On the 15th anniversary of his Major League debut against the Mariners. Oh, did they pick off Gardner? Yes, they did. He was leaning, and he gets picked off by Ambrose. Right there, you'll see he was going.
Oh, yeah, the caught. Thought you had the timing down. Bad feeling. That body just won't reverse quick enough to get back.
I wonder if they got him. I'm sure the first base umpire, Doug Eddings, knows this game is moving along slowly, and I'm not saying he's going to miss the call on purpose, but it looked like his hand might have gotten in just as the tag was applied to the elbow.
Should we go to the slow-mo, Michael?
The yes-mo.
The yes-mo.
Jeter goes back. All right, let's take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam, if in fact he was in there. Well, if he actually hit it, the arm, then it was there before the tag or before he got back to the base. Well, on that one, it looks like he's out. Gardner didn't argue, and I guess you're so embarrassed when you get picked off.
Well, a lot of times it's on the situation, and the umpire can see that you're going, you got caught leaning the wrong way, so it's almost an automatic call there. Even a little trick slide and slipping your hand under the tag is not going to work.
Remember, we have in the old days, they still do it, but I don't play anymore, the New York-Boston media going against each other at Yankee Stadium at Fenway. And for some reason, Gene Michael was sitting in the dugout watching. And I was at second base, and I got picked off. I came back to the dugout. He said, pretty bad feeling, huh? He goes, even at any level.
The big question is, how'd you get in second base?
Oh. There's a single by Jeter. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, you know what happened? Somebody hit a double and they pulled you off the pinch run.
Oh, yeah, because I'm the pinch runner type. I singled and moved to second on another single.
On a stolen base?
Yeah. No stolen base. All right, some news on David Huff. He had a CAT scan at New York Presbyterian, and it's negative, so that's good news. But he's going to remain at the hospital for several hours for precautionary reasons. A lot of his family, you mentioned, are in New York. They're at the hospital with him. And so we continue to send out good thoughts and good feelings toward David Huff, who got hit early in the game on a comeback off the bat of Alex Rodriguez on the left side of his head. Pitch outside to Nick Swisher. So I tell you a story about getting picked off and you take a cheap shot. How'd you get there?
Cheap shot? I'm just wondering. I didn't know you were that good of a hitter.
The 1-0. There's a strike, 1-1.
You remember what place you hit in the lineup?
It was usually toward the bottom of the lineup.
Toward the bottom of the order?
Yeah.
All right.
I think usually 6th or 7th.
Or 8th, maybe?
No. Listen, I could play first. You can ask Jack Curry. He played in those games.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's very good.
He's out on assignment, though. So
no, he's back up here. Swing and a miss.
It's funny you do talk about that, and it was kind of in a joking manner that you did that, but you took it pretty serious.
Oh, I mean,
it was the media against the media, the Boston, and you never played a home and away, though. It was always just in Fenway. Or did you play here too?
Oh,
it was a home and away.
Line drive, a base hit. Jeter's going to go to third. Nick Swisher simply does not want May to end. He's 3 for 3 with a walk today. Check out some of the stuff going on around Major League Baseball. Matt Cain with a one-hitter and a complete game win over Arizona. And the way the Giants score runs, you better pitch one-hitters because they're not going to score many runs. Miguel Cabrera, 3 home runs in a loss to Oakland. And then Corey Hart had the walk-off home run against the Mets. And that was the first 2 runs the Mets have allowed in 4 games.
It's quite a streak there.
And there's a strike to Teixeira.
We've talked about it, and when you go through certain things, it's just like every time he walks to the plate now, there's men in scoring position. As a hitter, you love it. But when you're going through these streaks, it just grinds with your mind that here we go again. I gotta do it, and you start putting pressure on yourself. And it's just, here we are again, 0-2. Now you're in a defensive mode. And if you could step back and go look at this situation, this is a one-out situation with a man on third base, man being Derek Jeter with good speed. Take a good swing at the ball. The least you're going to do is hit a long fly ball and an easy RBI.
upstairs. This chiropractic telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Now, Paul said that when you're slumping and struggling, it finds you. Swisher's had 8 men on base in his 4 at-bats today.
And that's a hitter's dream when everything's going well.
Jeter's at third. Swisher is at first. The 2-2. And by the way, the New York media this year beat the Boston media 20-3 at Fenway Park. The New York game is in August.
20. That's a beating.
Yeah. And when the Boston media went into the Red Sox clubhouse, Dustin Pedroia was all over it. 20 runs. The 2-2 popped up as Swisher's struggles continue. And the catch is made by Peralta for the second out.
And I'm telling you, if you've never played baseball, you're not going to understand this, but this is a completely a mental thing. That, you know, you just get in a rut that you cannot drive a run in no matter what you do. And I don't care if you're Alex Rodriguez, Mark Teixeira, all-stars, great players. You can go through these things throughout the season.
Here's Alex. Sac fly in the first. The unfortunate RBI double off of David Huff in the third. Then he struck out in the fourth with the bases loaded. Breaking ball strike. Bottom of the 5th inning. It's 9-4. Yankees over the Indians. Yankees took 2 out of 3 in Minneapolis against the Twins, and now trying to take the first 2 of this 4-game set against the Indians here at the stadium. Line drive, base hit to left field. Jeter scores. Swisher moves to second. An RBI single for A-Rod, his 3rd ribby of the game, and the Yankees lead 10-4, good buddy.
And this is the pitch out over the plate. Absolutely ripped. Good swing. Didn't try to do anything other than hit the ball hard. And when Alex does this, I mean, he'll open up and he'll pull that ball. You talked about this series in Minnesota, Michael. Did that new ballpark, is that on your top 5 list now? Or?
I love it. It's obviously so much more beautiful than the Metrodome. I'm puzzled why they built it so big.
So big.
I mean, so many people have different views. Some people think that's the way the game is going now. But it's so enormous, and just to the left of dead center and just to the right of dead center.
Where is it? Is it downtown? Or
right downtown.
It is. It's downtown.
You know where the Loon was?
Yeah.
Yeah, right around there, right near the basketball ring. So here's Robinson Cano. He likes when runners are on base. He's 2 for 2 with 3 RBI so far. Sac fly thrown in there. This is the first time that the Yankees have scored double-digit runs since May 17th against Boston. And it's the 6th time this year that they're in double digits. 1-0. Grounded towards second. Root Solonic. And that's going to do it. But the Yankees get a run on 3 hits. 2 men left. We go to the 6th, 10-4. And yes, is brought to you in part by Acura Advance, by Blimpie, America's Sub Shop, and by Acela Express. Enjoy the journey. Big crowd here on Memorial Day weekend at Yankee Stadium, a Saturday where it's getting increasingly overcast, and you would think that they're going to be turning on the lights soon. Shelley Duncan will lead off against CC Sabathia. And there's a strike. Dark clouds overhead coming over the third base grandstand. It doesn't look good. The 0-1. And the 1-1. Shelley Duncan never gets cheated on a swing. Pops that one up to Cano, and there's one out.
Ball up in the zone, just gets under it. Kind of beat by that fastball.
Shelley hit 5 home runs in his first 22 at-bats, as Paul told you earlier. That's when he debuted for the Yankees in July '07. He has only 3 homers and 129 Major League at-bats since then.
Was that today I told you that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It shows you, though, they stopped throwing him fastballs.
Yeah. It was a fastball, but again, I mean, that's the fastball out of the zone, out of the happy zone where he likes it. And, you know, I love David Cohn's old theory. I mean, if a guy's a fastball hitter, give him a fastball, but outside the zone, high, low and away. And if you're a dead fastball hitter, you'll end up swinging it.
Yeah, David always went with the extreme. He said that if a guy was a low ball hitter, throw the ball lower.
Right. Tony had some theories, and a lot of them worked. You know, a lot of them make sense.
We're talking about baseball theories, right?
Yeah. Let's keep it inside the ballpark.
There's a strike to Grutzelanic in the count 3-1. Fouled away.
Now here's a name, Michael. If you don't look at this guy's last name, can you spell it?
I think I can.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think I can. I do love the names. I love the names, though, where the first letter is under one armpit and the last letter is under the other. That's a big name.
Uh-huh.
Now, Grutzelanic 1 for 2 today. He has not struck out in his last 33 plate appearances. It's the longest streak of its kind in the American League. And the longest for Grutzelanic since 2008 when he had 38 straight. So he's going to put the bat on the ball.
What's a big at bat then? He's got 2 strikes?
Yeah. Let's see if CC can strike him out.
Oh, CC.
What's the most you ever struck out in a game?
Oh, wow. 3 or 4 times.
Yeah?
Easily. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you must have been pleasant after those days.
Those are the ones you just shake your head. It's like, come on.
This will be the 100th pitch for Sabathia. And the 3-2. He didn't strike out, but he grounds out to Jeter. 2 away. Hey, come to Yankee Stadium in 2010 to see the 27-time world champion New York Yankees in action. And on Wednesday, June 2nd, the Yankees take on the Orioles, and it's collectible cup night. The first 25,000 fans in attendance will receive a 27-time world champions collectible cup courtesy of Premio Foods. Now for tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or you can call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Here's Matt Laporta. I got to tell you this, though, Paul. I know this is going to anger you. I said you must have been real pleasure after the 3 strikeout day.
Yeah.
Jack Curry, who's in the back level of the booth, he just texted me. He said he wasn't that great after a 3 home run game.
See, those people on assignment, man, they just say whatever they want. There he is.
There's Jack.
You're hiding back there, Jack.
Boy, your phone's blowing up today, O'Neill.
You know, they figure the game's over by now. Just give him a call.
I guess we don't have the vibrate feature on that, maybe?
Probably my daughter telling me she's on her way to the ice cream store again. Somebody's playing a joke now.
It's blowing up, O'Neill. The 1-2. Upstairs, 2-2.
That's Jack Curry. He's playing a joke on me.
Laporta with a 2-run double in the 4th inning, 1 for 2. Yankees lead 10-4, the 2-2 pitch. Foul bat. They've really been fouling pitches back a lot against Sabathia. Now, I'm not sure why he's not able to put him away, but that's why his pitch count is as high as it is. It's not that he's terribly wild. He just hasn't had the put-away pitch.
Right. I mean, early in the game, he had a good curveball that was ending up, out of the zone. He got a couple strikeouts, and right now, he's with the lead. He's gone to a lot of fastballs, a lot of hard stuff, and as a hitter also, you know when a guy, especially a veteran pitcher with a good fastball, has a big lead, that they're basically going to come right after you.
The 2-2 popped up. Let's see if Chiavelli has room. He does not.
Again, that's a curveball. You're looking for a strikeout there, but you watch where this ends up. It ends up over the middle of the plate, and it kind of loses its break right at the end where you're going to get the strikeout. Just kind of stays right there. Good pitch to hit.
And the 2-2. Upstairs, still throwing hard, as you can see. The velocity's there at 95 on his 107th pitch. And the 3-2. And he ends up walking Laporta. So Laporta traded for Sabathia, one of the players that came over from Milwaukee, and he's 1 for 2 with a walk and 2 RBIs. Here's Lou Morrison. Now, Morrison's the everyday catcher for the Indians, but their everyday catcher of the future is in the minor leagues. His name is Carlos Santana. Not the musician, just a great player. That one's hit deep to right center field, and Gardner's going to have to play it out the base of the wall. Laporta rumbles around third. He's coming home. He'll score. It's an RBI double for Morrison, and the Yankee lead is now 10-5. So Morrison with that double trying to put off the arrival of Santana. Santana is not only the Indians' best prospect, he's a switch hitter, but he is one of the top 2 or 3 prospects in all of baseball. And they got him from the Dodgers for Casey Blake. That's a pretty good deal. Casey Blake has helped the Dodgers, but this guy, they hope, is going to be their next Victor Martinez.
I heard you talking yesterday. Some of the best prospects, you hear about catchers, how hard they are to come by, and some of the best prospects in the Yankee organization, catchers as well.
Yankees have 3 outstanding, not just middle of the level prospects, 3 outstanding catching prospects. You see David Robertson warming. You have Jesus Montero, he's in AAA. You have Austin Romine, he's in AA. You have Gary Sanchez, he's in A. And every single one of them is a top flight guy where they think they can be really big players in the big leagues. And I'm sure that makes Francisco Cervelli a little bit nervous. These are the numbers for Santana at AAA: 314, 10 homers, and 42 ribbies. On base percentage of 44%. Now, they're not going to bring him up until at least June. So it's only a couple of days because they don't want him to be a Super 2 arbitration guy. So this way it saves a year of arbitration. But they might wait till maybe the All-Star break. Makes sense to bring him up then. The 0-2. Punched out toward right field, and it is a foul ball. Donald came over in the Cliff Lee deal, and he had his first home run of Jake Peavy, a brand name. And that was in Chicago. And in order to get that ball from the fan, they had to get Shin Soo Choo, it was in Cleveland, by the way, to sign a ball for the fan. The fan wanted the ball for the Choo. So Donald got it. Now Donald has a strikeout here against Sabathia, who's really struggling today, but still has a 10-5 lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at the stadium. The Yankees honored the Tuskegee Airmen, and what an unbelievably great group of men they are. During World War II, they completed 1,578 missions. They shot down 260 enemy planes. They sank a German destroyer. They flew over 200 missions to escort slow-flying bombers, and the airmen never lost a single plane. Never. Ever. And talk about thanking people for their service here on Memorial Day weekend. We have to thank those gentlemen, all of the Tuskegee Airmen, and on March 29th of 2007, then President Bush presented them with the prestigious Congressional Gold Medal. Well deserved. Well, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rafael Perez comes on, the 4th pitcher used by the Indians, and he'll face Marcus Timms. Timms, Cervelli, and Russo. Yankees looking for their 30th win of the year, and it would be the 30th loss for the Indians if this score holds up. Perez, 17 games, 6.43 ERA.
You see people on the field like that, and you just, you come back to Old Timers Day and things like that, and you hear about all the stories. Can you imagine the stories of people that fought in war together and life and death every single day, and then to come back and, years later, and just nobody understands that except for the people you're with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, those are amazing, amazing things.
And we have to cherish those that had fought in World War II, because that's a long time ago. And many of the gentlemen and women older now, and they should be thanked for really saving the world in that war. The 2-2 is grounded foul. $46,599 here at the stadium. Many of them have been brought to New York with Fleet Week. They're just handing out money, which is nice. They not only protect us, but the gentleman handed out money. They deserve to have fun. They're having a good time at the game. The 2-2, swing and a miss. Timms is 0 for 3. Well, Toronto beat Baltimore 5-2. That's the only other game going on right now. Those are the standings in the American League East as we speak. Yankees could move to within 3 with a win. The Blue Jays are 5 back. Red Sox 6.5, and the Orioles 18.5 off the pace. Have you seen much of the Rays yet, Paul?
We did our first series down there, and I was just thinking, last year Toronto gets off to a start, and you figure they're going to come back to the pack. Tampa Bay is a good team, and if you look at Tampa Bay and the Yankees, could be the best 2 teams in baseball, and they're in the same division. And they have young talent that are still getting better. The Yankee has veteran leadership and a world championship last year. So they're not a team that you can just sit back and say, they're going to come back to earth, because they have a home field advantage playing down there in that dome. They've got a lot of guys that chances aren't going to be there next year because of some of the contract things. So that's there's a lot of incentive for that team to win this year right now. You agree with me there?
They're a pretty strong team. They're pretty impressive, and they seem to be driven because of the fact they didn't play well last year. There's a ground ball is short. They made the World Series in 08, then they didn't make the playoffs the year after. And Joe Madden, their manager, preached during spring training, every single game is big. We have to get off to a great start. Well, they're getting off to almost a record-setting start. And they really flexed their muscles in the 2 games here at the stadium. Yankees beat them 2 out of 3 at the beginning of the season in Tampa. But when they came in here, they beat up on the Yankees for 2 games. So it'd be interesting to see when the Yankees have their full arsenal of players and they get together a little later in the season. That should be fun. Here's Kevin Russo. Count 1-0. 10-5 Yankees lead. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Paul, did you ever get that ice cream yesterday?
I didn't. No.
Right back to Perez. And the Yankees go down in order for the 2nd time today. We go to the 7th inning. Yankees have doubled up on the Indians, 10-5. Get in that ice cream. Get in there. pitchers brought to you by Fios TV, Internet, and Phone. This is Beyond Cable. This is Fios. Justin Masters is the big piece that came back from the Red Sox in the Victor Martinez deal. He's really pitched poorly this year. 0-5, 6.13. He's got good stuff, too. A.J. Burnett will go for the Yankees, 5-2, 3.55. Our coverage will begin at 12:30 with the pregame show. And, of course, it's only on Yes. So we go to the 7th inning. New pitcher for the Yankees, David Robertson. Yankees are trying to straighten Robertson out, and he's pitched much better of late. That ERA was built up early. Now he's trying to whittle it down. But the 19 strikeouts in the 15 2/3, that's what excites the Yankees. That's what he did last year. He's got electric stuff, a live fastball, 91, 92, and a really good breaking ball. First 10 games, Paul, he just didn't have it. Now his last 7 games, he's almost pitched a complete game shutout. It's just 2 outs away. But he does give up a hit per inning, but much better than before. First 10 games, it was 2 hits per inning. There's that fastball.
Today I was running a little behind, got caught in some traffic, ran out on the field to meet you for our big interview, pregame interview.
Right.
Notice the Yankees didn't hit today. Didn't have to be here until late. It's really strange when you run out on a major league field. There's no cage there, no batting practice, and probably well deserved with the schedule they've been going through.
Well, yesterday the Yankees were exhausted, and the Verizon Wireless scoreboard shows them up 10-5. They got in from Minneapolis, probably got to bed at 5 in the morning. They played last night, and so Joe Girardi felt, you know what, it's better they don't hit, just get here at 11:30. The 0-2, and that clips Crow, so he's going to take first base.
See the target up and in, and he came up and in and missed in off the plate. You know, there's 2 rules of thumb here in a game, that's been going on like this. You get 0-2, you want to work on getting up and in on guys, or you just go down and away. So depending on who's catching, you can kind of get in the rhythm of that. Cervelli obviously wants Robertson to try to work on getting up and in on the guy.
High fly ball. Left center. Russo and Gardner. Russo with the call and the catch for the first out. Now voting is now open for the 2010 All-Star Game in Anaheim. Help send your favorite New York Yankees to this year's All-Star Game by voting up to 25 times at Yankees.com. Visit Yankees.com. Cast your ballot now for your 2010 All-Stars. Vote early and vote often. Vote today at Yankees.com. I always wondered this, Paul. You really are a legitimate family man. You love spending time with your kids and your wife. Was it like, were you torn when you made the All-Star game?
No.
I mean, would you rather have had the days off?
I wasn't a guy who made it every year. I was fortunate playing 5 of them, but it's a huge thrill. And, that last couple weeks, you try to make that drive as a player to be part of that. Because, if you grow up, watching All-Star games back when, Willie Mays played and Hank Aaron and guys like that, it brings back great memories of trying to do things like that. So I never believed in that. I'd rather have the days off. If you go around the field, Jeter's almost a shoe-in, a given every year. Robbie Cano, the year he's having, you would assume. Posada's down this year, so that probably won't happen.
Runner goes to throw to second. Not in time. Strain stealing a base down 10-5, but he makes it. You better make it when you're down 10-5, so Crow steals second.
And on the pitching staff, Andy Pettit's having a great year.
Oh, yeah. So is Phil Hughes.
Phil Hughes. And there's a lot of Yankees out on that ballot, folks.
When you were there, would you get autographs?
Well, you had to sign so many things. That was the only setback I made. The first day, you'd sign hundreds and hundreds of baseballs, and as a player, you got one of them.
That one is lined into center field by Kearns. Scoring is Crow. And now it's 10-6, so this game's certainly not put away as the Yankees just up by 4. So there's that streak of scoreless appearances for David Robertson. And he kind of got himself in that jam by hitting the first batter he faced. Now here's Johnny Peralta with a runner on second. So stealing second worked out there for the Indians as That got him a run. And the pitch high. And now Dave Island wants to straighten things out. Now, you look at the Yankees, and if they win today, they've won their 30th game. So, they've done okay. That's 11 games over 500. But one thing that they need to work on, and they know it, they've got to get their bullpen straightened out. They've got to work things out where they have defined roles out there. And when you extract, oh, it looks like he might be hurt. You extract Alfredo Aceves out of the equation, people have to assume that role. They got to get Chan-Ho Park straightened out. Now they're trying to get Mitre as a shorter guy, and this is not a good sign. As Robertson, looks like something happened out there. So Steve Donahue says, hey, take the baseball. And he is. The last thing the Yankees need, we're just talking about how the bullpen is a work in progress, and Robertson's a big part of what they want to do. So we'll check out and see exactly what happened to Robertson. The Yankees will go to the bullpen.
Voted. What do you think, Michael?
I think he's going to leave too. Because if he wanted to stay, he could say, I'm going to stay. So 81% say he's leaving. Now the question is, where's he going? Knicks, Nets, Bulls, Clippers? Well, with David Robertson leaving because of an injury, the Yankees bring in Sergio Mitre. Now he has as much time as he needs to warm up because he's coming in because of an injury. Now, yesterday they used Mitre in a one-inning role. And I asked Girardi before the game about are they trying to transition Mitre from a long man into a short man. Here's what he said.
A guy that, maybe could throw 2 days in a row for us, give us an inning or two, maybe bounce back and throw the next day. Yeah, with Chad, we have two guys that can really give us distance, and it changes the way we can use Serge a little bit.
And the Chad he's talking about is Chad Godin, and Godin now is their long guy, and Sergio Mitre is going to have to be a short guy for them, especially with Aceves having undergone 2 epidurals, and they're trying to straighten out the back problem without surgery. And Mitre might be a very valuable member. The odd thing is, Paul, he's kind of a sinker ball pitcher, and you wonder, is that the type of pitcher whose stuff translates into short work out of the bullpen?
Right.
Now, one thing that the Yankees need to do with Mitre, and Joe was talking about this a little bit later on in the pregame meeting, they've got to get him to warm up quicker. Now, there's no urgency of it right now because he can take as much time as he needs. But if you're going to be a short guy in the bullpen, that phone rings, you've got to get ready in about 10 to 15 pitches. Mariano Rivera is usually ready in 9, 10 pitches. And you have to have close stuff to what you would have if you were warming up to start. Now, Mitre's been a starter for most of his career, and he's used to warming 50, 60 pitches. You can't do that as a relief pitcher. And another question mark for the Yankees with Mitre, this is a guy coming back from Tommy John surgery. Now, he's obviously further removed from that over 2 years ago. But, will his arm hold up? These are things the Yankees have to answer. But the big question is, what went wrong with Robertson? So Joe obviously concerned, and his bullpen is the biggest concern right now. Noah Cespedes, Mariano's been struggling. Let's see if we can pick up anything here with Robertson. Wow, kind of crumbled there like he felt something pulled.
Lower back, maybe.
Now, in his previous game, he got hit on a comebacker in Minnesota. Actually hit him right on the belt buckle. And you wonder, did that bruise his lower back? Again, we don't want to play doctor from up here, but you have no idea. Actually hit him on the belt, not the actual buckle on the front, but on the back of the belt. And, Joe Girardi's sitting there. He's got to worry about this game. That's why managers get gray hair, and Joe's getting plenty of them. Because you got to worry about what about tomorrow and what about 2 weeks from now and who's going to be setting up Mariano.
And you said it. I mean, you talk about shoring up the bullpen, and it starts with knowing that Mariano's 100%, and he's going to continue to give you his greatness out there. And what'd you see from him in Minnesota?
Well, he struggled, and then in the second game that he pitched in one day, he pitched the completion of the suspension game. He struggled in the first game, and then when he came back, he looked good. He got 3 ground balls and was throwing strikes. He's just not throwing strikes, and maybe it's because of the long layoff he had with the sore side, but he looked much better in that second game against the Twins, much closer to Mariano. Hey, tomorrow, don't miss an all-new episode of Yankees on Deck presented by Tops and Tax. As the aforementioned Joe Girardi takes you through a day at spring training, including early morning workouts, the batting cages, and more. Plus, Brett Gardner shows you how to be the best in the outfield. The Emmy-winning Yankees on Deck is all new tomorrow at noon. It's only on Yes. Well, Mitre is ready, and he inherits a runner at first with 1 out, 1 run in, and a 1-0 count to Johnny Peralta. Yankees are leading 10-6. And the 1-0 outside. The Yankees still have to get 8 more outs out of the bullpen. They got an 8th and 9th inning to play, and they've got 4 runs as a lead they've got to protect. And now the count is 3-0.
Yesterday we talked about, it was pretty much a pitcher's duel all the way up into the 7th inning when Robbie hit that grand slam. And then you look at the scoreboard today, 19 hits, 16 runs between 2 teams, and it's just pitching is the name of the game. It has to get you into the bullpen where you feel you can win. And Yankees is usually a strength, and today's been one of those days at CC. Got a big lead. Just it wasn't his stuff. He had good velocity. It was just his location, and it looked like this is one of these days he'll probably go home with a win and still be a little frustrated because he didn't have real good command with a lot of his pitches.
Well, they're on the phone again to Mike Harkey, and they're going to send up a pinch hitter for Shelley Duncan. Is going to be Russell Branyan, so they go with the left-hander against Sergio Mitre.
Well, we saw Russell Branyan yesterday. Dead fastball hitter, hit 1 in the seats, hit another hard line drive to center field. Tons of power. Guy you can't make a real big mistake on because he'll hurt you.
How about this? Joe Girardi comes out, and Branyan hit a home run last night, and they know they can't afford to have him hit a home run here. It would be 10-9, so they warm up Mitre, and now they're going to go to the left-hander to counteract Branyan. The Yankees are holding on to a 4-run lead. Yes, we are asking you to vote along with us for the Chevy Player of the Game. You can text your vote to 58772, and you can vote online at yesnetwork.com. Now, today's candidates are number 1, Robinson Cano, number 2, Francisco Cervelli, number 3, Derek Jeter, number 4, Alex Rodriguez. You can vote now and make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. So they bring in the left-hander Damaso Marte to face the lefty swinging Branyan. In his career as a pinch hitter, and those are Marte's numbers, Branyan not too good, Paul, and he's had 136 at-bats as a pinch hitter, only 22 hits. That's 162. But 4 of the 22 home runs, and the Indians are hoping that he runs into one right here to make it 10-9.
You know, it's that threat. Always that threat of the home run that can keep you in the game. Tough
He's trying to do.
Tough enough to pinch hit, but then to have a change and bring in a tough lefty.
The 0-1. 1-1. There's a strike, and the count 1-2. The 1-2. 2-2. And the pitch, way outside. 2 runners on base, but Marte trying to keep them from scoring. He's allowed 4 of 8 inherited runners to score this year, and that is certainly not a good ratio. On deck is Mark Grudzielanek. If Branyan gets on, Grudzielanek comes up as the tying run here in the 7th. That one's served into center field. Gardner is there. He'll put it away for the second out. And somebody told Joe Girardi this is the 7th game of the World Series, because now he's going to mix and match and bring in a right-hander, Mark Grudzielanek. Crowd getting restless. They're tired. It's a long game. Joe wants to win this baby. He's calling on Jabba. Stick around. Of the New York Yankees. Well, in this inning, the Yankees have used 4 pitchers, and here's the 4th one. Jabba Chamberlain, This will be his 22nd game. 26 strikeouts in 21 and a third innings. 19 hits, 7 walks. Now he's going to face Mark Grudzielanek. So Sabathia went 6. David Robertson came on, hit the first batter. Chu flew out. Then Crow stole second. Austin Kearns singled to center field to drive in a run. Then with Johnny Peralta up, Robertson delivered a pitch and winced, and they quickly took him out of the game. They brought in Sergio Mitre, who had as much time to warm up as he needed because of an injury. He must have thrown 30 or 40 warm-up pitches and then threw 3 pitches to walk Johnny Peralta. Then they brought in Damaso Marte after Branyan pinch hit for Duncan. Branyan flew out to center. That was it for Marte as they bring in Chamberlain to pitch to Mark Grudzielanek. So the Yankees are holding on to a 10-6 lead. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. And the pitch outside. And the 1-0. Right back up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Austin Kearns will score. It's an RBI single for Grudzielanek, and the Yankees' lead is now 10-7.
And the high fastball, drive it right up the middle. Seen a lot of hot shots back up the middle. I don't know if you joined us late, but and one injured pitcher and a couple other balls. Squares it up and hits it right back at Job.
And here is Matt Laporta. Slider blocked there by Cervelli. Count 1-0. Well, when the Yankees were leading 9-3 and then 10-4, they probably didn't think this was a game where they'd have to use Mariano Rivera. Well, it looks like it's going to be a game where they have to use Mariano Rivera. We're not even up to the 8th inning yet, though. So Chamberlain has to get this out and then 3 more outs in the 8th. Throw to second, just getting back, Peralta.
Pitch called a ball, and sometimes as a catcher, when you block, and it did look like it was down away, you block the vision of the umpire. You don't get the call. You know, good throw on the other side of the bag. He might have had a good shot.
The 2-0. Jobinot sharp, and the count 3-0. 95 miles an hour. The velocity's there. And the pitch. A strike. Count 3-1. Yankees lead 10-7. Sabathia started. Offensively for the Yankees, Derek Jeter has scored 3 runs. Nick Swisher has 3 hits. RBI, a couple of runs scored. Alex Rodriguez with 3 RBIs, 2 hits, sac fly. Robinson Cano, 3 more ribbies. Cervelli with a 2-run single. And now Job has walked the bases loaded. And all that offense I just spoke about, the Yankees look like they're going to need it. You get the feeling that 10-7 is not going to be this game's final. So here's Lou Marson, who's had a good day, 2 doubles, an RBI, 2 for 3.
You know, you don't know the outcome of this game, but some games you feel good about winning. You know, even if you win this game, which, you know, the Yankees have a really good chance at this point still, but you'll go home with kind of a question mark on, you know, how it was done. Pitching wasn't sharp. You know, you feel good about your offense, but again, The Yankees' strength is your starting pitching and your late bullpen. So you want to see these things corrected, because those are the things that won you a World Series last year.
The 0-1. There's a strike. 96 miles an hour for Java. So he's throwing the ball very hard. And the count 0-2. So the crowd of 46,599 getting loud, looking for a strikeout. And Marson steps out, which kind of unplugs the crowd. The 0-2. 1-2. Last pitch by Job at 97 miles an hour. Ball 1-2. Goes with the slider, 2-2. And now Cervelli says, I'm going to go through the signs again.
Again, you'd like to see an out here, because you said it, Michael, you need 3 more outs from him next inning. You don't want to, just burn his pitch count out.
The 2-2. Just got a piece to foul back the slider. Yankees don't have that much left in the bullpen. They've got Chad Godin and Chan-Ho Park. And then Mariano you save for the 9th. I don't think they're ready to bring Godin into a game like this. Chan-Ho Park has pitched the last 2 games in a row. The 2-2. Driven out into right center field. That is going to be trouble. It is a base hit up against the wall. Peralta scores. Rutsalonic scores. The hold Laporta at third. It's a 2-run double for Marson, and the Yankee lead is now 10-9. The 3rd double of the day for Lou Marson.
All the way, good pitch to hit. Laporta drives it where it's pitched, kind of tails back over the middle of the plate. And we talked about how the Indians organization were kind of down on him offensively. He's had a couple good at-bats today.
So Dave Island has a talk with Chamberlain. Now the tying runs at third, and the go-ahead run is at second. Yankees scored a run in the first, 2 in the third. The Indians tied the game with 3 in the fourth. Yankees answered back with 6 in the bottom of the fourth. Take a 9-3 lead. Then the Indians scored 1 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth, on 4 here in the seventh, while the Yankees added 1 in the 5th inning. We're at 10-9. Swing and a miss by Jason Donald as he went with a curveball there.
And Michael, come to think of it, Manny Acta decided not to go with a pinch runner with Laporta on first base. Sometimes late in the game you'll do that. He's a tying run. Might have cost the Indians a run right there. Had to hold him up at third.
That is punched out to right field. It's a base hit. That is going to give the Indians the lead. Donald will go to second with a 2-run double, and Cleveland's up 11-10, and the Bluebirds are out in the Bronx. So CC Sabathia is not getting a win, and the Yankees, they're going to have to fight back to get a win.
Again, this ball tails in, but it doesn't get in deep enough inside. He's able to get his hands through it, drive it to right I've had a couple big runs if you're an Indians fan.
Well, the Indians have batted around, and it started with Trevor Crowe being hit by a pitch on 0-2 pitch by David Robertson. 11 runs for the Indians, their season high.
Joe used a couple moves to set up, expecting, the outs that Jabba usually gives him, and then all of a sudden, you've kind of got to stick with this now. You've given up the lead, and you got to keep Jabba in there.
They might have to think another way for the 8th inning call. They might have to go with Godin. Not much left out there. There's Godin and Mariano. Don't even know if we see Chan-Ho out there after pitching 2 straight days. I wonder if Chan-Ho is out there. And we don't see him out there. See Mike Harkey standing on the bullpen mound, and Godin and Rivera sitting inside the enclosed area. The 1-1. 1-2. That pitch right there was the 300th total pitch in the game. The hard part of this inning to figure out was bringing in Mitre to throw all those pitches to get ready and then just keep him in for 3 pitches. You had a 4-run lead, and then you start mixing and matching, and it certainly unraveled since then with Marte, who did his job, and then Chamberlain. Another base hit. Donald rounds third. He'll score. It's an RBI single for Crowe, and now it's 12-10 Cleveland. Seven runs in the 7th inning.
Jabba's come out of the bullpen, and he hasn't. See, this is a slider. It just kind of spins there for a left-handed hitter, shoots it in the hole. So he's gotten beaten on his fastball. He's got beat on his slider and curveball. It's just one of those days where he doesn't have a pitch to get somebody out with.
Here's Chu. Fouled away. And now Godin does get up, and there is Chan-Ho Park. Well, he is out there. Godin is warming. I don't think there's any way you see Jabba pitch the 8th inning after this. Jabba has struggled of late. We talked about the bullpen stumbles. He's allowed 3 or more runs in 3 of his last 5 appearances. They're running out of numbers in the manual scoreboard out there.
Again, that's a good fastball down and away. Gets him to the 2-strike count, but this is where he's been making his mistakes. He's been giving guys pitches to hit with 2 strikes.
And the 0-2. Foul back. Well, Jabba's already thrown 22 pitches. So Sabathia's bid for his 5th win is sabotaged by his bullpen. And now the Yankees' bid for their 30th win is being sabotaged by the Indians. The 0-2. 1-2. Well, the state of the bullpen puts more pressure on A.J. Burnett tomorrow to give them length, that's for sure. (12-10) Cleveland. 2-2.
23 hits between. Cleveland now has more hits, 12-11. Yankees.
22 runs, 23 hits. Indians have committed the only error. And this is what the Yankee bullpen has done in the 7th inning. It's not pretty. Marte, really the only one who's done his job. And the Yankees have to cross their fingers that Robertson is okay, leaving with an injury. Kind of stunned silence by the stadium crowd. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. But the damage has been done as the Indians send 11 runners to the plate. 7 runs, 5 hits, and 1 man left on base. At the end of 6.5, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. The Indians lead the Yankees 12-10, but will stay here. And the Yankees now are staring into the face of what would be a very, very unlikely, difficult loss for them. But they've got plenty of time to make it up. They still have 3 half innings to go. Bottom of the 7th inning, and the Yankees are trailing this one 12-10. If you walked away from the television, you're probably going, what happened? I think the Yankees are saying, what happened? Chris Perez now will come on, and he's going to try to hold the Yankees down. So the Indians, the last team in Major League Baseball to score 10 runs in a game, and they put 7 runs on the board in the 7th inning against the Yankees. So it'll be Gardner, Jeter, and Swisher as the Yankees are in, I guess, shocking for them, the position of playing catch-up in a game they were leading 10-4. Verizon Wireless scoreboard, 12-10 Indians. Pitch outside.
I tell you, as a player, you kind of change modes here. You're in a situation you said we were 9-3, 10-4, and you're kind of just going to get your at-bats in, play the game out. Then all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard, you got to realize you got to make a comeback here, because you're talking about a bad loss if things don't go well here in the last 3 innings.
Can you shift it back into the regular drive position after this?
Well, I think that you, as a hitter, it seems so easy when you're scoring runs, you're putting a team away, then all of a sudden you're behind, and it's almost like you got to continue to do the same things, but it's almost like you try to jumpstart yourself that now we're behind. And like I said, when you're up 5-6 runs, it's so free and easy to be a good hitter.
2-1. And the count 2-2. Well, what a weird top of the 7th inning with the injury to Robertson, and then using Mitre for only 3 pitches. And you've seen a lot of pitches in this game. 10 pitchers, 311 pitches, 23 hits, and 22 runs. And the 2-2.
Wow.
That knocked the mask off of Marson, who doesn't mind because he has 3 doubles.
Probably can't remember any of them right now. Look at that.
He grabbed for the mask that wasn't there. I mean, his first reaction was to grab for the mask. On the yes-mo, it's going to hurt just as much as it does in normal motion. We've talked to John Flaherty about it, and he shockingly says that it doesn't really hurt that much.
I know sometimes when you get those foul balls off the fingertips and stuff, those are the ones that hurt. Whoa. Another 0-2, 1-2, 3-2. I mean, there's been a lot of those today, and that's where pitchers, you see guys be able to get ahead in the count and not get the outs in the counts that they should.
3-2. He walked him.
Tim Belcher over there probably run out of paper on what he's trying to add up over there. Probably didn't expect to be in this position. Now you've got a lead. Now you've got one of your guys that's been pretty successful out of the bullpen in Perez. He comes in and walks the leadoff man.
We just get word about David Robertson, a minor back strain. And we'll see if that's something that will put him on the shelf for a while. But at least it's not the arm. That's what you worry about when a pitcher kind of cringes the way he did on the mound. But a minor lower back strain. Marson goes out and tosses with Chris Perez, the 5th pitcher used by the Cleveland Indians.
If you're the catcher here, you run out there and you say, everybody else is doing what you're doing right now. Throwing balls, getting behind. Let's break the chain here. Go after somebody. Get a ground ball.
Count 2-0. Really, no one can throw a strike in this game. It's unbelievable.
It's got to remind you of the media game, doesn't it?
They threw more strikes than this.
We talked about that earlier in Boston and New York, huh?
That was 20-3, but most of those were base hits, not walks. There's a strike, and the count 2-1. Grounded to third. There's one. On to first. It's an around the horn 5-4-3 double play. And Gardner really took out Grudzielanek and now helps him up.
Yeah, that's, Gardner has so much speed. He got there so quick, and he did a great job. Grudzielanek's been doing it for a lot of years. Not a dirty play. The weird thing about it, he got him right on the foot, too. Didn't pop up, just went right into him. Any way you look at it, that's a pretty good play on both sides.
Here's Nick Swisher. Nick's had a great day. 3 for 3, a walk, an RBI, 2 runs scored, 2 singles, a double. Finishing up May strong.
Short slider right there.
You know, all the runs on the board, all the runners. You know that was the first double play of the game.
First
double play.
Had a lot of opportunities, I know that. Lights are on.
A lot of numbers there. 12-12-1, 10-11-0.
Like a lottery score up there, though. We were talking about it earlier, Michael. I just looked out and then you see that they shut the lights on just in case.
Swisher has to jackknife to get out of the way. Indian pitchers don't really give you a comfortable bat because you don't know where the ball's going.
Every once in a while as a hitter, you get out of the way of a pitch and then you get back up and you're just like, how did that ball not hit me? I mean, that ball ended up between his legs, missed his front foot.
Two. And the count 3-2. And the 3-2. Grounded foul.
We've talked about it before. Nick Swisher, one of his real strengths at the plate is swinging at strikes. Seems to always be in 2-2, 3-2 counts. You know, as an opposing pitcher, you got to know that on a 3-2 count against this guy, you're going to have to get him out with a strike.
And the 3-2. Foul ball. Well, they have used a load of baseballs here today. A lot of foul balls. A lot of happy souvenirs for the kids. Give me the ball. Give it to me.
That's right.
Give it to me.
I caught it.
I brought the glove.
Fights. I just love those fights at home. There's no reasoning behind them. They just fight.
Just give her the ball. 3-2. Foul back. Do you referee those or does Neville?
It's not. I just look and shake my head because sometimes what they fight over is the craziest thing.
Oh, this is going to be a long one. I want the ball, but I caught it.
This might go on through the end of this game. Strike 3.
Swisher swings and misses. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the 8th inning here at the stadium. It's the Indians 12 and the Yankees 10. history. The little one wants to hold the baseball. The bigger girl said, I caught it, you're not getting it. And now that's it. Oh, here it is. We caught the defining moment right there when she finally gave in because she was so disgusted.
She'll steal it back. See
oh, now here's the glove, too.
We're going to see tears here. We will see tears before this is over.
I think this is a warm-up for Foreman Cotto on June 5th. This is the undercard. That will make them happy, though. All that popcorn.
That's a lot of popcorn right there.
Don't ask for popcorn. They'll be bringing it up here like they did the sandwiches.
I'm not a big fan of popcorn. We'll go to something else.
Here's Chad Godin. Now the parents have it. That's probably the best way to settle it. Right back up the middle. Grabbed by Cano. Off balance throw. Got him. Austin Kearns retired. A great arm by Robinson Cano as he moves to his right.
Well, he does so many things offensively. A lot of this is overlooked. I mean, look at that. That ball's right over second base. Most guys don't have the arm strength. Great play.
Johnny Peralta fouls it back. Somebody's just called the father and said, your daughters are on TV fighting. He loves it.
That's right. You're on right now. You might as well wave. You're on TV right now.
Really, Daddy? I was?
That's even better than getting the ball there.
The little one's showing the ball. These are the numbers on Godin. One appearance with the Yankees, the other appearances with the Oakland A's where he was designated for assignment. He was with the Yankees in spring training, and he was one of the 5 guys battling for the number 5 spot in the rotation. Didn't pitch well at all. And he said that he had a lot of offers when he got designated by the A's, but nobody was guaranteeing a major league spot. They'd say, go to the minors and pitch your way up. The Yankees were guaranteeing a bullpen spot. And he said, I just really like it here. He said, and even when I got let go in spring training, it was really amicable. I get along with everybody here. I'm comfortable here, and that's why I decided to go with the Yankees. Last year with the Yankees, 6 starts, 5 relief appearances, 2-0, 3.43 for Godin. Swing and a miss. Peralta down on strikes. Ron Howard's here. If you're really old, he's Opie. And if you're not old, he's Richie Cunningham. And if you're young, he's a really, really good director. He's a big Yankee fan, lives in Connecticut. Got to get him on center stage. He's had some great life. Here's Russell Branyan. Count 1-0.
How many have you done? How many different guests?
About 140, I think.
Wow. No B-listers either, that's for sure. Huh?
No, none. You've been very lucky. We had you on. You played drums.
I was before the A-listers started. I was early. Going through the growing pains back then. I'm like,
you were big.
Yeah.
Big ratings for the O'Neill Center stage. The 2-0. Count 3-0. Indians lead 12-10. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Yankees just frittered away a 9-3 and a 10-4 lead. And their bullpen didn't do the job in the 7th, allowing 7 runs. The 3-0. A strike by Godin. And the 3-1 pitch. Hit deep to right field. Going back, Swisher. He's on the track. He's looking up. See ya. Home run for Russell Branyan, and the Indians lead 13-10.
I was just going to say right before that pitch, this doesn't happen very often when you get to pinch hit late in the game and then you face a tough guy. So usually you go home 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. This was Russell Branyan's second at bat. Got a little more comfortable into the game more. Ends up hitting a home run. Pretty good day coming off the bench. 1 for 2 with a home run. See big bat speed, big, strong guy. Impressive batting practice guy to watch. And it just, if you miss, he's going to hurt you.
Grucilonic fouls it away. Grucilonic today 2 for 4. And Grucilonic gets plumped. He is not pleased, and he will take first base. That frequently happens after somebody hits a home run.
Strange like that, isn't it?
And I never understood it. The guy after the guy who hit the home run didn't hit the home run. Pitches outside to Laporta. Branyan is now homered in 3 of the 5 games he's played at the new stadium. Last year, he's the only player, even to this point, still the only player to hit the glass in front of the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar.
It doesn't look that far on TV. That's a long way.
We had a debate early in the month about what do you think is more likely, hitting a ball in the seats over the Mohegan Sun or into the upper deck and right. And the overriding feeling was they felt that the seats in center field would probably be more likely. And here's the Branyan shot last year when he was with Seattle. Grazed the window. And then dropped down on the net. So you think it's the seats over the ones in center?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the upper deck here is so far back that you have to get so much height. It's hard to hit it that far.
Swisher makes the play near the Yankee dugout to retire Laporta. Well, one more run on the home run by Branyan. No errors and 1 man left. Nice play by Swisher to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Yankees down by 3. Swisher leads off, and he swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Peralta. And there's one away. Let's take a look now at the Land Rover Drive the Game. Why get a car when you can own a Land Rover?
Russell Branyan came off the bench for a pinch hit early in the game and got a second opportunity. Made the most of it.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. And there's a strike. The 0-1. Now, after Grudzielanek got hit, Paul, are the Yankees expecting a retaliation?
You know, it started yesterday after Robbie hits a home run, and then Swisher got plunked. But, you know, this is an interesting at bat if Alex makes an out.
And he does.
Because now you have their hottest hitter, Cano, who's killed him. And it's also the second baseman, Grudzielanek's the second baseman. So, you know, as a hitter, this is the first pitch is not a fun one to dig in on, but you usually know what's going to happen.
Cano today with 2 more hits, extending his hitting streak to 12 straight. 3 runs batted in. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Indians lead this one 13-10. Right down the middle. There's a strike.
And that's usually when you're uncertain as a hitter is what you do. You'll go up and take a pitch. And if the pitcher's going to wait, he would have thrown it way outside and then come in. But, you know, they're not going to give you a strike and then give you an opportunity to hit it.
Well, now at 0-2, it doesn't make sense to waste an 0-2 count. Game approaching the 4-hour mark here in the Bronx. Foul back to the screen. You know, people always say it, Paul. I mean, it's the stock answer in locker rooms. 2-1 losses, same as this sort. Are all losses equal?
No, I don't think so. I think that you look at, you know, there's wins that you'll get throughout the year that you shouldn't have won and you feel real good about it and you feel like you stole a game or so. But then, you know, there's losses that you feel like you gave one away. So, yeah, I don't always believe that.
The 1-2, and he keeps on hitting with machine-like efficiency. 3rd hit for Cano.
I mean, just over the past 2 days, you see what he's capable of doing. Inside fastball, grand slam last night. Cutter away from a lefty earlier in the game, line drive to left field. This ball, you know, behind in the count, line drive up the middle. When you have no distinct hole as a hitter, it's very hard for a pitcher to go after something. And when Robbie's right, and when he'll use the whole field, there's really no one way to get him out. So it's a kind of a backdoor slider or cutter, and just goes up and lines it straight up the middle. See, he's out front a little bit, but he kept his hands back, and he doesn't come off that ball. Just extends right through it. Level swing.
Juan Miranda pinch hitting for Marcus Timms, and there's a strike. Miranda robbed of an extra base hit. A great play by Crow in right center yesterday. Count 0-2. Tony Sipp, who got hit hard yesterday, the grand slam by Cano, is the one he served up. He's warming again in the bullpen today. Planning to get him right back out there.
We were talking about numbers last night. Sipp came into last night's game, hadn't given up a run, at a low one-some ERA, and left after a grand slam with a 3.7. So, you know, as a young pitcher, you do want to get out there quick. I think Manny Atkins going to give him that opportunity.
Swing and a miss. Got him on an off-speed pitch. So Miranda pinch hits and strikes out. No runs a hit, no errors. One left. We go to the ninth. 13-10. Tribe. A strange game and really a scary moment in the fourth inning with young starter David Huff on the mound, Alex Rodriguez at the plate, and a comebacker off the left side of the head of David Huff. He stayed down there like that for a couple of minutes. They carried him off on a stretcher. They have since taken him to the hospital where he had a CAT scan, and the results of the CAT scan were negative. So that's the first positive step. And he is staying in the hospital at Columbia Presbyterian for a couple of hours for observation. His family had made the trip to New York to see him pitch in New York, and they are with him right now. So hope that he's doing okay. Lou Marson grounds out to Cano. One away. (13-10). 13-13-1, leading 10-12-0. So if the Yankees are going to win this game, it's going to be in walk-off fashion. And they never thought that when they were leading 9-3 and 10-4.
Yeah, usually if you looked at that line score, you throw a 6 spot up in the middle of the game. That usually go home with a win.
Now, the most nervous person in the ballpark right now is longtime Indians broadcaster, and really one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet, Tom Hamilton. He came up to me after the 7th inning. He said, I've got a flight out of Newark. He said, how long does it take? I said, well, with the Bon Jovi concert at the Meadowlands, it's going to take an awfully long time. Tom's leaving after the game because his daughter's graduating, and the graduation party is tonight. and the graduation is tomorrow, and that's the last flight out. So Tom said, I broadcast a team that never scores, and today they scored 13 runs, and it's going to be a 4.5-hour game. So Tom is the gentleman on the left. Swing and a miss as Jason Donald goes down on strikes.
Probably help with that, couldn't you, Mike?
I don't think I can. I know
escort or something.
You with that plane might help out.
Yeah, you probably get him a police escort out there. No problem. That's right. Plane will probably be delayed anyway. They'll wait.
So Godin in his second inning of work. These are the pitchers the Yankees have used. Sabathia, David Robertson had to leave with a lower back strain. Sergio Mitre threw just 3 pitches. Marte faced 1 batter. Chamberlain gave it up, and then Godin. Java just struggled today. He threw very hard. He had great velocity. He actually touched 97, but they hit him. They got to him. Popped up. A-Rod gives it a look, gives it a run, and runs out of room. Right now the game is 4 hours and 2 minutes old. And if you're looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth for the Yankees, Cervelli, Russo, and Gardner, 7, 8, 9 in the Yankee order. That was a newborn when the game began. They grow so quickly. The 1-1. They're still not talking, Paul.
One on the left, a little grumpy right now.
He's got to give up the baseball. The 2-1. Fouled away. Now she took it. She just took it back, and now the little one's still crying. Gets it back. Gonna be some night in that household. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the pitch to Crow. Inside, 3-2. Is this in yes mode when she rips the ball away? No, it's just regular mode. Pitch is outside, so Crow with a 2-out walk. Not an easy day for Yankee pitching coach Dave Island. Here's Shin Soo Choo. Hustling back is Crow.
Here's one guy we talked about offensively, you know, probably their best all-around hitter, and pretty much shut him down this series, but some of the other guys have really picked up the slack.
The Crows stole a base in the 7th inning when they were down by a score of 10-4, and I said, why would you steal a base? I think they were down by 5 at that point. Why would you do it? And it ended up jump-starting that rally. And at the time, I said, if you're going to steal a base down 5, you have to make it. And he did, and then he scored on a single right after that by Austin Kearns. The 1-1. 1-2.
2. This is one of those frustrating games. You know, like I said, you're offensively, you're probably the best player, but you look up, you're 0 for 5 and you're 6th at bat. 2 strikes. 25 hits on the board. And you haven't marked yet.
1-2. Now, if you're thinking about longest game of all time, well, this inning's really going to have to drag on to get to that point. The longest 9-inning game in Major League Baseball history, of course, the Yankees were involved. It was the Yankees and the Red Sox, August 18th of 2006. And that one took 4 hours and 45 minutes to play. So we're not close to that at this point. The Yankees won that game 14-11. Driven out into left center field. Russo is there. He'll make the play for the final out of the top of the ninth. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 man left. Do the Yankees have a rally in their bones? We go to the bottom of the ninth. Highlights and analysis from this game and also from all around baseball. Plus, Jack Curry will talk to the teams in the clubhouse. It's all coming up on the WB Mason postgame, and it's only on Yes. Well, Kerry Wood will try to close this out for the Indians. Former starter with the Cubs, moved to a reliever, second year of a 2-year deal with the Indians where he's been hurt. Most of the time, you see the ERA, he's been hit hard. Too many walks, too many hits in 6 1/3 innings. 11.37 is the ERA. So he's going to have to get 3 outs before the Yankees can score 3 runs.
Remember, he probably pitched one of the better games ever pitched in the major leagues when at a young age against the Houston Astros, wasn't it, Michael? Had all those strikeouts.
20 strikeouts.
And the next thing you know, arm problems and this and that. I mean, he was... he and Pryor were the 2 golden gems there in Chicago, and neither of them really panned out to be the 20-game winners that they thought they had.
And all because of injuries, and there's a strike to Cervelli. Cervelli, Russo, Gardner. 13-13-1 for the Indians. 10-12-0 for the Yankees. And the pitch is high, 1-1. Curtis Granderson is on deck. He will pinch hit for Kevin Russo. Count 1-2. Paul talked about it. Here it is, that 20 strikeout game.
You see, it's just a devastating curveball, and you know he still has that velocity. Look at that thing. It's kind of like Bert Blyleven in the old days with that curveball.
The 1-2. There it was. The Yankees have seen Wood in their career 3 times. He's 2-0, 1.00. There's a resume, 98 Rookie of the Year when he burst upon the scene. The strikeout game that Paul talked about. Elbow surgery. He's been on the disabled list 13 times. Grounded slowly to short. Donald, 1 out. It's kind of sad because you see a guy with that sort of extraordinary talent. You expect him to be able to dominate for a long time, and you want to watch him dominate for a long time. But injuries have robbed him of that greatness. Curtis Granderson pinch hits for Russo.
You know, it's almost a manager's nightmare, too, to see a guy throw a game like that early in the season. You know, you see a starting pitcher have a no-hitter in April or something like that, where, you know, you're so intent on keeping their pitch counts down, especially at a young age. And, you know, when they're having a day like that, you're almost inclined just to let them go, and then, you know, it shows up later with arm problems and injuries.
Well, Joe Girardi got grief for saying that he would have taken out CC Sabathia when he was pitching that no-hitter earlier in the season. But Sabathia ended up giving up a hit before the decision had to be made. Well, Wood's throwing hard, 95 miles an hour. Count 1 and 2. Breaking pitch, low and in.
It's a tough one to take as a left-handed hitter, too, because that ball is in the strike zone so long, and then it just breaks out. Another breaking ball.
Almost hit Granderson. The Yankees need base runners. They're down by 3, bottom of the 9th. How close did this come? Just missed that back foot. Now, the Indians don't really need Wood because they're not going anywhere. But if he can show something, they can trade him later as the season moves on to a contender. If he can show he's healthy, that's the type of arm that some other team is going to want to pick up. Granderson works the walk. So that's the first step to starting a comeback. Just get that one guy on. Tim Belcher has to really suffer through all this.
Tim Belcher, I mean, you look at the scoreboard, you've got the lead, an unbelievable comeback, but boy, his pitchers have been behind in the count, walks all day.
Gardner takes a strike. The Yankee offense, they've worked 8 walks off the Indians' staff. Count 1-1 on Gardner. Obviously, you get one more runner on, and you got the tying run coming to the plate. And Wood having trouble consistently throwing strikes. 2-1. Now Marson wants to talk with him. Wins have been tough to come by for Manny Acta and his pitching coach Tim Belcher. And it's 3-1. With Derek Jeter on deck. 392 total pitches today.
We're breaking the 400 mark.
You think?
Absolutely. Before this one's over.
393 on its way. And a strike. Count is full at 3-2. Wood is the sixth pitcher used by the Indians. The Yankees have also used 6 pitchers. Not holding on Granderson, playing behind him at first. Fights that one off. Blooped into shallow left, backing up Donald, coming in Kearns, he makes the play. Hustling back is Granderson, so the Yankees are down to their final out.
See this good positioning? Kearns calls him off, played shallow to Brett Gardner. You know, it's not the tying run, so you don't have to play no doubles deep.
So Jeter will try to keep it alive. 2 for 4 today, 2 singles, a walk, 3 runs scored. If he gets on, Swisher would be the tying run. Yankees are down 13-10, 2 outs here. The bottom of the ninth. Granderson's going to take second, but now he's going to just go to second on the balk by Wood. Wood balked. Granderson was going to go, and they weren't holding him on just to eliminate the force. Let's see if we see the balk. Right there. Started to glove up, and C.B. Buckner was all over it. Way outside. If Alex Rodriguez gets on or gets up, then it'd be really interesting. He's a couple batters away. Well, now the time run's going to come to the plate. Jeter drives in Granderson. Jeter goes for 2. He's going to make it. RBI double. Yankees still alive. It's 13-11.
Pitch away, I don't care. That's Derek Jeter's spread and butter and a big at bat. Shoot the ball to right field.
That is Derek Jeter's 449th career double, and that ties him with Bernie Williams for second place on the Yankees all-time list. Lou Gehrig is number 1. Here's Nick Swisher. He is the tying run. It's been an unbelievably hot May for Nick Swisher. He has 3 hits today. 3 for 4, a walk. Pitches inside. Last night, Swisher went yard. Right down the right field line against Fausto Carmona, high off the foul pole. That was a 2-run shot. And the pitch. A strike. The next pitch will be the 400th pitch of the game.
See That sharp slider inside, almost that cutter. There's nothing you can do except to hammer that thing foul. Commit to swing, and you realize that that's breaking in on your hands. You don't want to fight it off and keep it fair. You're better off hooking it foul and going to the next pitch.
"12 pitchers, 400 pitches. A 1-2.
You said it, Michael. His velocity's up there. That was 96 miles an hour. Just doesn't have control of that curveball where he can put people away. Still has the break on it.
And the pitch. He struck him out. And the Yankees lose this game 13-11. In the ninth, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left. And that, my friends, is a very tough loss for the New York Yankees. Wood challenges Swisher with the fastball, and Swisher swings and misses. And Manny Acta lets out a sigh of relief as his team wins this one in 4 hours and 22 minutes. Stick around for the postgame show to find out who's today's Chevy Player of the Game. For the Yankees, a lost Saturday on Memorial Day weekend. Up 9-3, up 10-4. They lose 13-11 as the Indians even this series at a game apiece. And the Yankees have a Saturday night to think about it. We're coming back. We've got awards to give out in the postgame with Bob and Jack. Stay where you are.